stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord and follow him.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, Captain Coder here on this beautiful day. I forgot to get my camera set up. I forgot to set up my camera. That's okay. That's okay. We got it. I got something. Look. Not everybody is perfect, especially not me. Especially not me. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy Tuesday. McNets, I eagering to see your part 2 solution. I know I haven't even looked at part 1 yet. I don't know what the puzzle is, but someone on the Discord already said, oh, today might be a long stream, and I'm going, oh no, we can't have any long streams until the 16th. Until the 16th, folks. That's when my school year's over. So I got December 15th is my last day of school, so we can't have any hard days until the 16th because I have to work. But we're gonna hop in. McNets, happy Tuesday, my friend. Thank you so much for being here with us. McNets, are you doing Advent of Code this year? Have you been working on the puzzles? If so, I'd love to see your solutions. We have a disc on Discord. You don't have to post them there, but we do have a little channel on Discord for the Advent of Code for people to share their solutions. And then we have our leaderboard. I don't know if you're on our leaderboard either. I know everyone has different names on the leaderboard, so that's okay. But just in case you didn't know, we do have that. We do have it. If we do the whack command, you can join our leaderboard. Go ahead and pin that. And by leaderboard, really, I pinned the wrong message. Hang on, let's unpin that. Unpin this message. Cool, thank you. I always love that. I don't have to see your solution for today yet because I haven't even done mine, but I want to say thank you to everyone who's here with us on this beautiful day. Sijian, thank you for being first as always. Thank you for that beautiful song. Thank you for being amazing. What's going on here with my, I swear I just fixed the Ko-fi link on the stream right before stream started. Where did it go? That's so wild to me. Hang on, folks. Hang on. I don't need it there. It's just, I don't actually mind that it's not there. It's just blowing my mind that it's not. Dramulks with 104,000 points. That's insanity, my friend. That is insanity. But we got Dram Elks here as well. We got Sijian. Equal Gaming, thank you so much for popping in. I'm so glad you're here, my friend. 1 second, folks. We're going to switch to studio mode real quick. I want to see what's going on with... Oh, there's a secret link I can't share here. Hang on. Studio mode. Go down to my Ko-fi source. Can we... Why is this source not loading? Refresh. There it is. What is going on? Why is it disappearing? Sometimes we'll leave it down there for now. Okay, all right, we're gonna keep going there. Super weird. I don't know what happened. I just fixed it. Hang on. If I go to a screen where it doesn't have it, no, it's on that screen too. It's on that screen. Weird. Anyway, we got our Ko-fi link in there. McNets, I'm so glad you're here with us. We got the whole crew with us today. We're working on day 5 of Advent of Code. Anyone who's not familiar with Advent of Code is a yearly puzzle put together by the wonderful, incredible Eric Wastel. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Eric Wastel is how I'm saying it. Advent of Code. Advent is the 25 days leading up to and the day of Christmas. Often you have like Advent kind of like chocolates or little toys inside of them. This one happens to have a little puzzle, little toy for us to play with and solve every day. I'd say it like WASD. Eric Wastel. Eric WASTL. Eric WASD. That's right, Dram. But here we are. Today's puzzle. Oh, this is the intro. Today's puzzle, day 5. I'm a little nervous because I've had a few people say something about part 2 being scary. So we'll see how we do. We'll see how we do here. It make like look, last year was maybe a little easier because I think last year's puzzles were just easier. People seem to have a consensus on that. But also I had a less pressure. Now I have all this pressure from the crew to do better on these. We're gonna do our best though. We're gonna do our best. Day 5, if you give a seed a fertilizer, you take the boat. Had to get some bean water in my mouth real quick, folks. Sorry about that. Lo-Fi Craft, welcome back to the stream. Lo-Fi Craft, how you doing, buddy? Hey ho, I'm right now going home. Enjoy your travels. Enjoy your travels. Snap says no pressure. Thank you for the no pressure. Travel the World says it's 4 a.m. and I am tired, but I wanted to drop in and say hello. Hope you have a great stream. Travel the world. Thank you so much for popping in. You know I love you, my friend. You know the captain loves you. Travel the world. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all you do for the community here and all throughout the Twitchverse. I love seeing you in all the different places. Over on Irish John's stream and Science stream. I've seen you in so many places. I love having you around, my friend. And just thank you so much for being so kind to the whole community. Proton, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back to the stream. Proton, how the heck have you been? Lo-Fi Craft said I had school. It happens. So you're getting off school, it sounds like. Coding Chemist, looking forward to seeing what you make of today's puzzle. Everyone keeps saying that. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous when people say that. We're looking forward to seeing how you approach the puzzle today. And this making me nervous. I need a nervous command. Bradman code. But let's read this puzzle. Let's see how part 1 looks. It's only day 5. It can't be too hard, right? I have now a team for my game. Awesome, Lo-Fi Craft. I'm glad to hear that. You take the boat and find the gardener right where you were told he would be, managing a giant garden that looks more like a farm. It's not garden, in double quotes here. A water source. Island is the water source. A water source, island is the water source. You point out the snow island isn't receiving any water. Oh, we had to stop the water because we ran out of sand to filter it with. We can't make snow with dirty water. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll get more sand soon. We only turn off the water a few days, weeks. Oh no. His face sinks into a look of horrified realization. I've been so busy making sure everyone here has food that I completely forgot to check why we stopped getting more sand. There's a ferry leaving soon that is headed over in that direction. It's much faster than your boat. Could you please go check it out? You barely have time to agree to this request when he brings up another, well, you wait for the ferry, maybe you can help us with our food production problem. The latest Island Almanac just arrived and we're having trouble making sense of it. The Almanac lists all of the seeds that need to be planted. It also lists what type of soil to use with each kind of seed, what type of fertilizer to use with each kind of soil, what type of water to use with each kind of fertilizer, and so on. Every type of seed, soil, fertilizer, and so on is identified with a number, but numbers are reused by each category. That is, soil 1, 2, 3 and fertilizer 1, 2, 3 aren't necessarily related to each other. Okay. So here's our input: seeds 79, 14, 55, 113. Seed to soil map. Okay, so then we have these mappings. Seed to soil, soil to fertilizer, fertilizer to water, water to light, light to temperature. So they come in the order of, so this one maps to this one, maps to this one, maps to this one. So they come in the order that you need to map them in that way. The almanac starts by listing which seeds need to be planted: 79, 14, 55, and 13. The rest of the almanac contains a list of maps. Describe how to convert numbers from a source category into numbers in a destination category. That is, the section that starts with seed to soil map describes how to convert a seed number, the source, to a soil number, the destination. This lets the gardener and his team know which soil to use with which seeds, which water to use with which fertilizer, and so on. I'm gonna get this side by side here because it's a longer input. Let's create a new file here. Sample input. I need this side by side so I can see this input while I'm reading through the explanation of it. This input doesn't look super straightforward, but we're gonna keep reading it here. Rather than list every source number and its corresponding destination one by one, the map describes entire ranges of number that can be converted. Each line within a map contains 3 numbers. The destination range starts. So this is the start of the range. The destination, the source start range. So this is the destination start. This is the source start. And this is the range length. 50, 90, 28, 50, 98, 2. The first line has a destination range of 50, a source start range of 98, and a range length of 2. This means that the source range starts at 98 and contains 2 values, 98, 9. Okay, so this is the source, so 98, 99. And that's gonna map, so 98 maps to 50. It's interesting, my brain's having trouble going left to right here for some reason. 99 goes to 51. You know that C98 corresponds to soil 52. Okay, so we're gonna take in a seed. Seed 79 is in one of these ranges. Not this one, this is 98 and 99. 79 goes from 52 plus 48, that would be 98. 52, 98. So it would be in here, so 79 plus... so we have to do a conversion here. So 79 minus 52 plus 48 or something along those lines. Not quite sure yet. Let me keep reading here. The second line means that the source range starts at 50 and contains 48. This corresponds to a destination range starting at 52 and containing 48 values to 99. Okay, so I had that right. So seed number 53 corresponds to soil number 55. Any source numbers that aren't mapped correspond to the same destination number. So seed number 10 corresponds to soil number 10. Okay, so if there's nothing in here that represents your number, it just translates directly. Okay. So I was going, this definitely doesn't cover all of these numbers. I was thinking there's gonna be a modulus trick or something, there isn't. So seed 79 corresponds to 81. 79 corresponds to 81. 79 here, because I have to do plus 2, because 50 maps 52. Okay, so 50 maps here. Okay, so the offset is 50 minus 52, or 52 minus 50, so we have a plus 2. 50 minus 98 will have a minus some number on it. Okay. All right, let's figure out what this is asking here. The gardener and his team want to get started as soon as possible. So they'd like to know the closest location that needs a seed. Using these maps, find the lowest location number. So the last one is location. Okay, so we need to do all the mappings and find the smallest final map there. What is the lowest number? 35. All right, this one, imagine the input's giant numbers. Let's take a look. Yeah, the input's giant numbers. So we can't just, like, the naive solution be like, just come here and then like iterate through each one and like build up like a dictionary or something of all possible. But we have to create a special map that does, like, we're gonna have to have a special mapping on these. So water to light, I'm gonna have like a water to light map that has all of these in it. And then there'll be some kind of partition where I give it a number and it goes through and figures out whether or not the partition, like which one of these buckets it falls into, and if there is no bucket, just carries through. Okay. So that's like my general idea here. Let me catch up with chat. Malcolm, welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Proton asks, have you tried co-streaming here on Twitch? Yeah, I do co-streaming. November, I basically took off, but have done quite a few co-streams. I've been this December because of Advent Code, I won't, but I usually do a collab stream every weekend. Every weekend is like the goal I've been trying to do, at least starting in August. I do a collab with Farron. I do a collab with Dungeons and Dimples. I've done a collab with Grumpy Game Dev, collab with Moonniz. So yes, I have done the co-streaming feature of Twitch. I think they just renamed it. It's called Stream Together now. Before it was called something else, but they just they renamed it and made it easier to do, from what I understand. But yeah, it's been on here for a while. Grumpy Game Dev and I started doing it, I think, back in August, and then I started adding more. Stream Together, yeah, it used to be called something else. I forget what they renamed it from, but Stream Together I've done several times now. All right, let's parse our input in, and we have these ranges. It's pretty straightforward to get going. I thought it was pretty easy to do. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. You basically set up a source. There's like an HTML. There's a URL source you add, and then it just sort of does everything for you. Once you have that added in, it adds in the audio source for it and stuff like that. So I found it to be pretty easy to get in there. They did a good job with it, because I thought when I wanted to do collabs, I was going to have to do a bunch of finagling. I thought I was going to have to do a bunch of finagling to get like a Zoom window or a Discord window or something, but the collab streams through it worked pretty well. All right, let's parse our input. We need to start with our seeds. And then we need to create, I'm going to have a data structure called like a mapping, and then the mapping needs to store each one of these things in it. And I guess we can just go through. I don't think we have too many of each one of those. You could potentially turn this into some kind of like tree. I'm assuming they don't overlap. That'd be crazy if they were. I'm assuming you could turn it into some kind of tree structure that like you efficiently found it, but it's short enough we can just iterate through each one. There's like 20. The biggest one is like 20. Yeah, the input's small enough where we just need to check the ranges like greater than, less than. We'll figure out the exact math for it, and then you convert basically 50 minus 98 would be the amount that we need to shift a number by. It's weird that none of these 98, 99, neither of those are in there. A picture of Twitch, which is quite new. Yeah. So Stream Together was renamed. There was another feature. It was just renamed. Oh, it's called CoStar. It was called CoStar before. And they renamed it to Stream Together, because before it was like you could have one other person. Now it's set up so you could have like many people. I haven't done it with more than one person. So I've just done it with just the one person, me and one other person. Yeah. Travel the world. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Remember, keep coding. Keep growing. Be the best you can be. And you're welcome back anytime, my friend. Have a beautiful day. We'll see you next time. All right, let's parse this in. One thing I like about these inputs is they're so clean. You know, we're gonna do it on, there's 2 spaces in between each thing. So let's get this input in. Looks like maybe I should use longs as well. Let's create a new file, input.txt. Let's change this to txt. Let's get our full input here. Mooniz, how you doing, buddy? Mooniz, it's nice to see you, my friend. How the heck have you been? Are you getting pumped? Are you getting pumped for next week? I bet you're getting pumped. Hope it's not too stressful trying to wrap up your work. Mooning! The mooning. Yeah. But mooning, but don't moon me. All right, string array lines is going to be, let's split file.read all lines. Oh, hang on. I don't actually want to read all lines because I want to do read all. Read all. This is the first one where I want to read all text and then do a split on a double new line. Because notice I have a double new line between each important chunk. Let's do args of 0 here. And just to make sure, just to make sure that this split works. I'm pretty sure this will work because I'm in VS Code. lines. Let's do a print here. Console dot write line string dot join comma lines. Let's just make sure that we pull this out. Basically, I'm eliminating the space. I'm getting each one of these into its own thing to pump out. All right, .NET run. Just this little validation, brain validation here. Index is out of bounds. All right, sample input. There we go. Remove. Oh, this is interesting. Did it? Oh, because it still has those new lines in there. Let me put these on. Yeah. I think we're good. Just know there's a comma here. So we have this, comma, this, and then each one of these inner ones. Okay. So our seeds input. I'm pumped, Moona says. Not that much to wrap up. Just putting out fires where it's needed. Got stamp those fires out. Put them out. Put them out way out. All right. So now we have our initial numbers, our initial seeds, int. I'm wondering if I should start using longs because some of these are really big. I'm gonna go with longs just to be safe. It's something on admin code I should probably try to default to longs. Long array. The zoom in, he's zooming. All right, so this is lines is gonna be longs seeds is lines 0 dot split on the colon. Here's sample input to the side here. So I'm splitting on the colon, and then I want the things to the right. Split options, trim entries. This should just be something I do by default on these trim entries. And then I want to take the right hand. Let's just pull this in here. Seed. I can rename this data. Lines is the wrong word here. I'll rename it in a second. To default to the big integer. No, too slow. Default to what is the monetary type in here? Big integer. Let's not default to that. And then I want to take the second one. So we're splitting here. So I want just these. And then we will split on white space. I could, if I really want to do this, I could do that to split that way. Hang on, let's do this. And then we'll split there. And then we will select int.parse. Long.parse. .to array. And I think I should be using this new syntax. I think I can do this. Boom, there we go. Now I don't have to turn it. It'll just select what type it needs based on that. Okay, so this will get it out. We're splitting on this, and then we're splitting on the spaces and pulling those out. Let's print out our seeds just to validate. Maxwell, welcome back. Thank God you're streaming. I was so overwhelmed with this day, unlike any other. That's what people are saying. We're gonna see how we're doing. 79, 14, 55, 13. All right, so we're parsing things out. We got our seeds here. I'm gonna rename this from lines to just data. This is our data here. Now for each one of these, we want to build up, I want a data structure that has, it's interesting. It sounds like water's running somewhere in my house. Oh, that's what it is. I closed my vent. Remember how I think people were here yesterday. I was saying it's getting really hot here. This house is big and there's only one heating unit. And so this room, when the doors close, get hot. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. But yeah, some other people have said this one's been a little tricky. Part 1 doesn't look too bad. We just need to build up a mapping here. So I'm gonna create a data type here called a data map. So it's gonna be a record data mapping. and it has those 3 values. It has the 3 values here.
Whoa.
Low level learning. Thank you for the big old raid. Low level learning. We got low level learning. Low level learning. Thank you for raiding me. Low level learning. Welcome aboard, my friend. Give a shout out to low level learning. What a I don't know how to talk. What a raid. Thank you so much for being here. Were you guys working on admin of code as well? Folks, low level learning. I think you're new here. I don't know if I've seen you before. I haven't seen your stream, but folks, see this little heart right here? We gotta go give him some love later. I'm not on part 2 yet. I just started. Lewin defeated him today. No, don't be defeated. We're gonna see how we do. People keep telling me today's hard, and so now I'm real nervous. Now I'm super nervous. I'm trying not to be too nervous. But we're gonna go through it. Yeah, oh yeah, it's hard. Part 2 is hard. So part 1 was easy. Part 2 was hard though. Well, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. We're just in the parsing. Smith. It's fine. Smith says it's fine. It's fine. Calm down. People saying brute force took them 5 minutes to run. We don't need to brute force it. We have a data map in here with 3 things. Let me make sure I get them right. But low level learning, good luck with part 2. It's so bad. Oh no. Thank you so much for being here though. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you guys. So if you guys don't know, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. And Captain Coder is a computer science educator. My full-time job, I'm actually a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming to ages 10 to 14. Ages 10 to 14, that's my full-time job. I started streaming Advent of Code last year specifically for teaching. Oh, we got some followers. Mine runs in 5 milliseconds. Ronan, are you? Ronan. Oh, Ronan. Thank you for following me today. And Whammer. Oh, Whammer. Whammer 100, and I'd like to say thank you for following Captain Coder today. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Official Nina, I'm going to head off. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Keep coding. Keep growing. Be the best you can be. And you're welcome back anytime. But yeah, thank you guys so much. If you're here, backseat coding is welcome. I do think I'll be able to solve part 1, no problem. But you're welcome to backseat code. When I get to part 2, the question will change. Like, do I need help or not? I think I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but we'll find out. But thank you guys so much for the follow. I appreciate being here. My part 2 solution won't help. Gotcha. All right. So data mapping here. This is the destination start. Int. Should we be using ints? Dest start. Smab, can I ask you, do I need to use longs on this one? Do I need to use longs? Can I use ints? I'll just use longs. Because I know sometimes I get too, I can use ints, okay. There's like this part of me that's like for whatever reason, I'm very resistant. Use longs, Andy says, okay. All right. Maybe I should just write a generic. Maybe I should just write it as a generic. Did we freeze? Did we lose? Did you lose me? Did the bitrate go? Did I go? It looks like I dropped 140 frames, but it looks like I might be back. Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I did. Or my actual data. We're pretty big. So I decided I should use longs. All right, long death start, long source start, long. I'll go with int range. Okay, so this is my data mapping here. Length, maybe I should call this length, like this. I had an up range of like 4 billion, maybe higher. I just used, gotcha. Let me go, I'm gonna go and go with long. I'm gonna go in long just to be the little titsy bits extra safe here. Boris Yeltsin, first president. Boris Yeltsin, first president. Oh boy, this is a good one. Boris Yeltsin, first president, I'd like to welcome you today. Boris, I'd like to say welcome to the stream, my friend. Boris, thank you for following me today. Boris, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pull this out here. We're going to loop through, we split, so we have our seeds here. This next data structure, no, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Let's look at just the small sample input. This one, we want to split on just a new line, I think. If we just split on new line, we should be okay. Roronoa, D-Law, Roronoa, Reno, oh no, D-Law, Noah, D-Law all the way. Welcome aboard and welcome today. Welcome to the Academy. Noah, welcome to the stream, my friend. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Happy to have you here on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. But welcome aboard. what a beautiful name. Look, folks, if I'm pronouncing anybody's name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. I'll do my best to say it correctly. The captain wants you to feel welcome here. All right. So we want to do a data mapping here. It's actually a set. All right, so we have a single data mapping, and then this is like a single data mapping, and then each one of these is like a data mapping set, which has like a bunch of these. So this is going to be I'm just going to do a list of data mapping maps like this. Okay. So we actually need to pull out the data mapping set here, and to parse one of these in, data mapping set parse. Let's make this public. It's going to take in a string data like this. And so this is going to look like this whole chunk here. So this one's coming in as this entire input chunk like this. So what it looks like. I'm going to split on new lines. All right, so I'm going to do data.split new lines. And then I'm just going to ignore the first one. So we start on, can I do 1 ... Is that a thing we can do? I think it is. And then I'm going to, for each one of these, I'm going to select with data mapping.parse. All right, so we're going to have a parse down here that's TBD, has not been written yet. Public data map, mapping, parse, string data. And this one looks like this. This one looks like this here. Why doesn't select work here? The type for enumerable select. Hang on, this should be a return new data mapping set. This needs to be static. Let's make you static. Public static. New data mapping set. And then this has to go to, we can use the new syntax, I think. ... boom. Hang on, select, it doesn't like select here. What is the type of this? Hang on, why am I so bad at this? Why am I so bad at this? Should be just a second here. Bear with me, folks. I'm getting myself, I have too many errors. Let's just return nulls here so that our compiler will be okay. All right, data split, var x equals, okay. It's happy to do that. And this should be a string, let's go a string array just for now so I understand the types. Okay, yes, this should be a string array of this. This should contain these two lines as elements. And then why can't I select here? Solomon CYJ, Solo. Can I call you Solo? Solomon. I bet it's Solomon. Solomon, welcome to the stream, my friend. Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. Select here on our data mapping.parse. Like this. I'm a little surprised I can't do that. It takes in a string, and this should just be an array of data mapping. If I did to array, What is it complaining about? Why can't I do this? Cannot inferred data map. Oh, this needs to be static. That's why. Is this in any VCS version control system? Yes, this is in Git. I'm using Git. It'll be on GitHub. So everything I've done, almost everything I do on stream, is done on GitHub, open source. So if you want to define this, I think that's what you're saying, version control system. Let me know if that isn't what you're saying. There. All right. And we can do this now, right? There's a new is this new syntax? Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Here we go. GitHub link. Let me get it for you. GitHub. There's like can I do GitHub? Git. How do I tell origin? Git. Hang on. How do I look? There's a command. I don't know why my brain. I'm blocking on the brain. Here, let me just find it here. GitHub Captain Coder org, admin of code 2023. There you go. Git remote origin. I was so close, Ronan. I was so close. Yeah, I was so close. I was like, Git origin remote. Git remote origin. That's what I want. Origin. Git URL. We're so close. We're so close. Look. Git remote. Git URL. Origin. We were so close. Ronan points, and Ronan for helping me out there. Points. There needs to be an S there. Points S. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much. Here is the link to GitHub. That copy. There we go. Boom. Admin of code. We're on day 4. We're on day 4 here. No, this is day 5. This is day 5. I need to. It's not pushed up there. GH repo. I don't know if I have GH installed. Yeah, I don't have GitHub. I don't have GitHub desktop installed. I'm using just Git, the command line tool. But yes, that would work if I had the GitHub command line tools installed. I don't. I don't have those installed. All right, so we'll do a new data mapping set on this here. Boom. And I like, this is pretty straightforward. I can arrow this. Can do the body function here. I'm gonna leave it. I think it's a little bit more clear what I'm doing here if I have this just comment right above. Let me move this here actually. Boom, boom, boom. It's a little tricky, but we're gonna put that on one line here. Maybe we'll put it on a new line below so it's all fits on the screen. This would fit fine. It might be a little bit too long for some people's taste. All right, so what this does is it splits on the new line. We ignore the first line, and then we have lines, the ones that after. So it says every line after the first one, parse those, and then we'll create a data mapping set of that. So now I gotta write the parse for this one, which should be pretty straightforward. We split on space. So this would be data.split on space dot select long.parse. So we're gonna parse those out. So this is gonna be our, and we'll turn this into a long array parts. Like this. So we're gonna get all of the parts out, and then we just return a new data mapping of parts 0, oh, not parse, parts 0, parts 1, and parts 2. Hello? Oh, I decided to turn that one into an int, and we can cast that to an int there. I could leave it as a long. Oh, I should leave it as a long. I don't know why my brain wants to make things integers for no particularly good reason. We'll leave it as a long because in our big input there. All right, let's validate. Let's do a quick check to make sure that this makes sense. So we should get a list. I don't necessarily need a list. Var data mapping sets is going to be equal to the rest of these. So starting with data to forward. So we split on this. We skipped the first one. You make everything size T. Size T. That's like a C thing, right? That's not a is that a thing I can do in C sharp? Size is in C, it's important because of space allocation to keep track of that stuff. Size of things. Is there a size of in C sharp? Same thing in Rust. Gotcha. Cool. Betseg, welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you here. Okay. Data, we go from the second ones forward, and then we're gonna parse these in using our data mapping .parse. Data mapping set.parse. So this will, for each one of those chunks, it's going to parse it in using this method here. And we'll have those. And I'm going to go ahead. I think I should be able to just go through once. This technically is an IEnumerable. I'm on Windows. So Linux is my preferred operating system, but there's like reasons I have to use Windows and Mac. And it's just easier to, honestly, it's just the biggest thing is that streaming from Linux is really painful for graphics cards reasons. But Windows, the streaming is like super easy to get going, and the quality is nice. OBS, the tool OBS doesn't work well on Linux, in my opinion. Profits. I wore a size T Adler when I was good. Now I wear a size B old and A adult. This is a Mac host, right? No. I'm 100% on a Windows desktop machine, running on directly on there. So I don't have I'm not running Parallels or anything like that. Windows 10 installed directly on the system, running directly in there, not using Parallels or anything like that to do it. I do have a MacBook over here. So good question, good points. I've heard great things about writers, but we have, I specifically use VS Code to make sure that I know how to use it because my students are cross-platform. My students are on Windows, Linux, Mac. And if I make them use something like Visual Studio or Writer, Writer isn't free, is it? Is Writer free? I thought Writer had a cost. But my students use Visual Studio Code because we do a bunch of different programming languages at my school. Writer, so that's really what it comes down to, is that at the school we have decided Visual Studio Code is the tool that they will learn for programming. It's easier to teach that one tool than teach a bunch of different tools. If it is not released version. So it's like the unreleased version. So you're like beta testing it for them, kind of. Gotcha. Let's test out console.writeLine. We're gonna print out string. We'll comment this one out. String.join. We're gonna split these out, data mapping sets. And let's create a new toString on this. Public override, just to validate the toString here of each one of these. And it's to make sure it makes sense. I'll go ahead and put an extra. You know what? Let's go ahead and keep the label anyway. Because then we'll be able to debug a little bit easier if we need it. We're gonna go ahead and keep the label anyway. Let's do this. We'll do var split like that, and this one's gonna be split 0, split 1 forward. So we're gonna pull it out that way. Drakeny, hello and good morning to you. Happy Tuesday, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Just to make it easier to print these out. And now when we get a toString here, we will say that this is a DMS. We'll give it the label. The label happens to be label. I don't know why that was so hard for me. And then we want to do all the maps here. And so this will be a string.join. Joinee, I always do that. And then we'll put a new line here. And then we'll print these ones out. This will be maps. Okay. So we should be able to do that, and I'll put a new line at the end. I don't think I need a new line at the end. We're joining them by 2 new lines there. Let's just look at our data mapping sets, .NET run. How are you, Drakeny? And let me know, Drakeny. Happy to have you here. Oh, I keep forgetting to do sample input there. All right, just to make sure that this makes sense and we parsed it in okay. Soil 2. They're not in order. Soil, seed, missing seed. Humidity to location. Why am I missing soil to fertilizer? I must be doing that here. Data of 1. Skip the first. My brain doesn't quite understand that. Seed to soil, soil to fertilizer, fertilizer to water. Okay. Day was going good until I've read K5 spells. Now brain is not happy. Jokes aside, all good. Hope you're having a good day. So far, look, I love to wake up and code. Anything I can wake up and code with my crew is a beautiful day, and today is no different. We're here, we're doing Advent of Code, and I'm having a blast doing it. These puzzles are just so fun for me. I love them. As for the name, either friend, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for the permission. I appreciate it. But 50, 98, 2, 52, 50, 48. Okay. So we have that in here. So we have our data parsed in. Now the question is, can we use it to do the thing? Can we use it to do the thing? And so let's do a void part 1. Part 1 here. We are going to, for each long seed in seeds, we need to go through every seed and transition between them. We want to then do our data mappings, happen to be in the right order as well. For each data mapping set, set in data mapping sets. And I want a magic method. I kind of want a magic method in each one of these that basically says like data mapping sets, set dot transform seed. Okay, so I want to be able to go through and do a set that transform seed, and this will propagate a seed all the way through all of them. And so let me create a list here, and then list an int. Yeah, let me just make it a list because that'll be easier. A list of long results, or the final one here, what they call them, locations. Locations equals the new list here. That autocomplete was annoying. And so the idea being locations dot add. We're gonna do the transform. Oh, hang on. This isn't gonna be quite right. Long transformed. We start with the seed here. And then this will transformed like this. And so transformed is going to go all, okay, this is what we need to do. For every set, we transform it. So we take the seed in, here we go. We take the seed in. I need a time command so we know how long I've been working at. We take the seed, we put it in this one. So we do 79, we put it through this, we put it through this all the way down. So I need to keep track of the transformed. And then at the end here, we do locations.add our transformed in here. And then at the very end, we can get the minimum. Long min is gonna be our locations.minimum. So we just get the minimum of that, and then we'll write out. So logically, this is what I want to do. Part 1, min, like that. Grains of sand, welcome to the stream. Grains of sand, I'd like to welcome you today and thank you for following me. Thank you for the follow, Grains of Sand, and Solomon, Solomon. Thank you for following me today, Solomon, CYJ. I appreciate you. We also got Darth Blackman. Darth Blackman. What a cool name. I think it's Blackman. Is it Bletchman? Darth Bletchman. Thank you today. Darth Bletchman. I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much for following. And Zach Boss. How are you? And welcome to the crew today. Zach Boss, thank you so much for the follow. So many follows right in a row. I appreciate it very much. Solomon, I do teach lessons. So feel free to hop over to the Ko-fi, check them out. One-on-one lessons, I do group lessons as well. So if there's a group of people you want to put together, if you have some friends that want to take some group lessons, we do it. And I teach 8-week-long courses, custom designed to you for what you're wanting to learn. But feel free to go check those out. All right, transformed. This transform is going to be a trick. There's going to be a trick here. So I want to create. So the idea being public static. Public. This will be a method here. Public long transform long start, or this will be our source. All right, and I'll just return -1 for now to make the compiler errors. But the idea here is our source comes in. So we come in here as the source, and then our mappings here. So there's like an offset. We want to make sure we're in the range as well. So for each transform here, basically we're going to loop through. Okay. So we're going to say, I want to do for each data mapping in maps. So I'm going to go through each of the data mappings, and I'm going to say if our source is inside of this mapping.contains, we don't have this yet, source, then we're going to return mapping.transform source. If we get all the way through all of our mappings, so just logically think, if we get all the way through all of our mappings and we didn't find it, we just return the source. That is what the puzzle states. If the seed is not in any of these maps, we just return the seed itself. And so now we in a single data mapping, we need to write a contains method and a transform method. All right, so we're gonna come down here, and we're gonna add in, does this let me auto introduce mapping? That's interesting. It says introduce mappings. This is where VS Code does not shine. So we're gonna have a public bool contains long source. Return false for now. And a public long transform long source, or return -1 for now, just to get these out. Was day 4 the easiest day? I think day 4 was pretty easy. I definitely feel like it was the most straightforward of the puzzles. Let me look at what were the puzzles again. Let's look forward them here. I definitely feel this one is probably the trickiest first part so far. Day 1 was pretty straightforward. The trebuchet. This one wasn't too bad, but it's a little bit tricky. Day 2, cube conundrum. This one was pretty easy as well. Day 2, part 2 was so bad. Fewest of each cubes. Yeah, I don't remember this one being too tricky. Day 4 was pretty straightforward. Day 4 was, I just thought this one this one was just so straightforward as far as things go. Yeah, I thought this one was pretty straightforward. I think day 4 was the easiest one so far for me, just as far as straightforwardness goes. Day 5 here, though, we're going through it. It's a good question. I'm not sure. Okay, so the contains here is basically does our source plus it, okay, so return source greater than or equal to source start, and then what's the upper bound here? It's source start plus length minus 1. So 98 and 99 minus 1. Yeah, and source is less than that. So this is our range. This is our range here. So if our source, we start it here and then it's our length. So if this is 98, we go up, the length is 2, 98, 99. So it's plus the length minus 1. So if this is true, we contain it. And then the transformation is source plus dest start minus source start. I believe this is the case. Will you lint your code after it works? I should. It basically is going to come down to how much time I have with it. Look, I feel really bad. I feel really bad because my code this year is really terrible. My code this year is really terrible, and I haven't been going back and really refactoring it. I need to, but yeah, it's kind of bad. That solves part 2 in 1.3 milliseconds. Nice. I believe this will work for us here with the transformation. And so there's this question of how do I test it? This is the part that I'm always a little data enumerable, maybe null here. Are we sure it's null? Var if I do that, let's make this just to make sure, list of data mapping set. There we go. All right, I think we might have part 1 done here. Let's check it out. I have my first pass at it done. 4. That is not the correct answer. Correct answer is like 35. The lowest location number. All right. So I definitely have a bug in here. There's a bug. And so I need to figure out where that bug is. My day 4 part 4 was so bad in execution time. Can't write day 4 part 2. Gotcha. Day 4 part 2. I'm not that off by 1 bug. It could be an off by 1 bug here or here. This is where like writing a unit test is probably a really good idea. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to add some unit test in here. Off by 2. Well, off by 2 is really just an off by 1 error twice. Off by 2 is an off by 1 error twice. It could be here. It could be here. I'm going to write a quick unit test here to do it. What did you think when you have a team? I don't quite understand the question. Lo-fi craft, you mean like when I was working in industry, working for a company that had more people? Just in time debug. I could add a breakpoint. I'm going to write a test here. My thought is there's probably a bug in one of these two things. So I just want to go ahead and write some simple tests for this. .NET new XUnit. Create a simple test framework here to validate these here. .NET add reference up to our implementation. And then let's open up, come up a directory, .NET new SLN. We're going to add these two in. .NET SLN add implementation. And we'll add our test as well. Why am I using mangw? This is git. This command line is git git bash. Yeah, it's git bash. All right, let's open it up. I could the sort of alternative, choose to open this one here. The alternative for me would be to using WSL or WS, Windows Linux Subsystem. or Windows subsystem for Linux. I don't know which one, if it's WSL or WLS. What did you think? Lo-Fi Craft, you gotta understand there's a lot going on here. I'm not meaning to ignore you. What did you think when you have a team? It was, I mean, I don't know how to, it's hard. I enjoyed, it's an interesting question. I don't really know how to answer it so much. WSL, got you, thank you. I've worked on many teams. It depends on the team. It depends on the project. I do enjoy pair programming and having someone to think through problems with. That's something I really, really like personally. I've never done it on a like game or anything like that though. Alexito the Burrito over on YouTube. Happy Tuesday, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We're gonna call this, what is the thing I'm testing here? I am testing, gotta make this public. Data mapping, testing data mapping, data mapping tests, data mapping tests. Okay. What the new game is, you can, yeah. You can also post it on the Discord, my friend. There's good things off. Lord Extant, welcome back to the stream. Off by 0.007. Good morning, my friend. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Odd Mitri 803 Quolucan. Odd Mitri. Odd Mitri 803 Qualucan. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope you're having a beautiful day. We're gonna test here that our contains test contains test contains. We're gonna do that. We're gonna create some data mappings here. Data mapping. So I think I can do, if I can remember, there's what would I put here to do a test case? I want to do a test case here where I say the following things. We're gonna take in these, and we're gonna say long to check, and then test should contain. Okay, so we're gonna assert these are the things that it should contain. And is it theory? Theory, and then I can give it. How do I do test cases in X unit? Oh, why can't I remember these things? X unit test cases. I think it's a theory. I just can never remember the syntax for these. I need to do this more. X unit theory. Just show me the example. Inline data. There it is. Inline data. We do a fact. We do a theory with inline data. Theory. Inline data. All right. And then we can pass in the data here. And we can pull it directly from our sample input. Just to have this up above. Too many. All right. So inline data, our destination, start 50, 98, 2. And then if we test 79 in that, oh, it shouldn't contain that 50, 90, 98, 99 here. Why is everyone shilling Rust at the moment? Is that a good language? I think people have been shilling Rust. We'll say this should be true. I'm gonna add another Boolean here. Bool is in. No, these ones, we're gonna do all things that should be in. 98, 99, and I'll do another one that shouldn't be. I think Rust has a broad appeal for being pretty functional. Yeah, at the moment, 5 years. I don't feel like it's anytime new. 39DK, welcome to chat, by the way. Rust is a very appealing language for a couple reasons. The biggest one is I think it gets sort of the functional programming edge for people and the memory safety without needing a garbage collector is what I understand. Rust isn't garbage collected. Is that correct? You manage the memory, but it has ways to help prevent you from shooting yourself in the foot. But yeah, I feel like I should try out Rust. I've used Rust very, very lightly, very, very lightly. So that one should be this. It contains 98, contains 99. Let's do 52 to 50 and 48. 50, 48. It should contain 50, 51. It should contain 90. What's 50? Hang on. 50 plus 48. It goes up to 97. Yeah. It goes up to 97. And it should also contain 96. Okay. So basically we construct this thing. We do a data mapping. Mapping is new data mapping. Start. Source start length. Like length. There we go. And then we want to assert. Let me get shouldly in here. Tests.NET add package. I bet I need the exact version. Can I just do an add package shouldly? Yeah. Let's go find the version number. Shouldly nougat. Is Upwork or similar sites viable for part-time job in college? I've experienced. I used Upwork for many years, both part-time and full-time. But I wouldn't say if you're trying to go full-time, you got to use multiple sites. You won't be able to get it all from one site. But I used Upwork for a long time. They used to be called something else. Upwork used to be called like E something. I can't remember what it was, but I used it for years and years and years. And it was a major source of income for me when I was freelancing. So it's absolutely a viable platform. It will take you time to build up reputation and build clients. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know enough about it, but sorry. It wasn't eHarmony. Yeah. Upwork was formerly called, let's see what it says. Elance is what it used to be called, for like freelance, but Elance. Yeah. And so I used to use, it was called Elance originally. And I remember using that for several years. Okay. And then it became Upwork. I think Upwork's a really good tool for meeting people who want. I still have clients that I do stuff for through Upwork. Just not so much anymore. Less freelancing. Usually over the summer I'll do freelancing. I didn't this year though. In the past I would. I've been focusing more on doing tutoring, which I'm just a teacher. I love to teach. Not much. How about you? So the book I bought to learn coding is easy. What coding actually is my worst enemy. I'm sorry. I love coding. All right. So mapping.contains to check should be true. Right. So each one of these should be a true. And then we're going to write another one. Test should not contain here. Okay. So it shouldn't contain, should be false. We're going to write a test here. We're going to check to make sure that our code for contains is working. We'll do 97, 100, 49, 48, 98, shouldn't be in it, and 99. All right, so it should not contain that. I preferred Fiverr when I was freelancing. I never used Fiverr. But I used like freelancer.com. I used a bunch of different sites. All right, let's run these tests.NET tests. Let's see if our contains, if we can validate that our, okay. So it looks like my contains is broken, but was false. Okay, my contains is definitely broken then. Test should contain. I wonder if I have it reversed. They both fail. So my should contain is definitely broken. This is why I wanted to write this. So now when I modify it, I don't have to go back. This test will just continue to exist forever. Lord, thanks for the idea. I'm gonna be hiring soon. Definitely gonna check. Yeah, when I was hiring people, sometimes we'd hire contractors through Upwork, which was a great way to find or to give people you get have all these references on there for their previous workload. What I always tell people is start out doing stuff. It sucks, but almost for free. You have to kind of start out almost for free and tell the person, hey, I'm just starting out on free on Upwork, trying to build up a reputation. Here is some of my past credentials. I know I don't have any on here, but I'm trying to build up this reputation. So I would do this job for less than it's actually worth to me to get that reputation. And you build it up. And then the craziest thing is if you set your price, I found the most success when I actually started increasing my price greatly. T1 Berlin. Is it Berlin T1 one in Tiberian VS Code? I know it's a little bit different, but I enjoy it. VS Code. If you want to know why I'm using VS Code, there's the reason there. Drachny. Oh, Drachny. Thank you for following me today. Oh, Drachny. Welcome to the family. Drachny, thank you for the follow. Happy Tuesday. I'm glad you're here with us. Have a beautiful day. Keep coding. Keep growing. Be the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? Let's take a look. Just make sure my logic makes sense. This should have 98 and 99 inside of it. But the mapping here should contain for 97. Hang on. Test should contain 99 fails. It fails on 99. How do you add files to a solution in VS Code? I use the command line. So you do .NET from the command line, sln add, and then you give it the package. This is how I added it here. .NET sln, and then you specify which one you want to add it in there. I think that they have like a solution explorer now, but I've never used it. I know it's crazy. Look, I'm an insane person when it comes to that regard. .NET test. Okay. So 99 is failing. Let's look at this. It is an off by one error. Who said off by one error? Points. Add all. We had an off by one error, so everyone's gonna get 99 points, almost 100. Off by one. You knew it. I knew I needed to do the -1, but I already had the -1 because of the less than. Solomon points. Add Solomon because you knew it. 100 points for you, my friend. 100 points. All right, let's run .NET run implementation here. Project. I gotta give it a man. Let's go into that directory. CD implementation. You're well on your way. JD number 4. Collect those bonus points. Exclamation point first. Everybody get some bonus points. .NET run. JD, how you doing, buddy? I think we might have found our bug. There it is. 35. Good. It looks like it might be off by 1 as well. Folks, do you guys know JD? Before we double check this, JD does dev. JD does it all.
If you want to feel,
JD
like
does imitations.
Let me see if I could do my captain impression. I am not the captain, but my eyebrows also move in a way like the captain.
Thanks, JD. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Folks, be sure to follow JD Does Dev if you want to watch someone who's a PHP expert, who is a master of the saxophone, a master of the French horn, and beginning to master the Godot. Be sure to follow JD Does Dev. Incredibly great streamer over there. Getting ready for work because I have a job now. Congratulations, JD. Points. Add JD Does Dev for getting a job. 500 points to you. 500 points to you. Congratulations. I'm glad you have it. 35 is correct. Awesome. Let's run it on our full input here. BetSeg, thank you for double checking that for me. Let's see if our input actually works here. Part 1. Boom. Let's hop over to our, there it is. Drop that in there. Yes, 1 gold star, folks. We done did it. We done did it. Now have fun with part 2. It's very fun. All right, so I've heard so many. I've heard part 2. Part 2. Some people saying it's a little bit of a doozy here. Let's do a commit here on this code here. I actually am pretty happy with my solution for part 1. It's not too dirty. It's not too dirty. Let's do a quick cleanup. Let's do a quick cleanup. We're going to convert this. We're going to convert this into using link. We're going to convert this into using link. And I think I can do maps dot where.
You in the back. Pay attention.
Is this what I want to do? M dot contains source dot. So for every map, I want to check if it contains, and then I want to do a select on the M here. M dot transform source. And then I take them in. So if I wanted to one-line it, I'm pretty sure I could do this. Let's do a .NET run just to make sure our inputs comes out the same. All right, I broke it. Semicolon required. All right. Thank you, Nenevrak, thank you for that. Pascal case names is crazy. It's the, all right, did not work. Sequence contains no elements. All right, what am I doing here to get it to link here? We want to check if it contains a source. Dot, or first or default. First or default. Okay, so if it doesn't contain it, all right, there's a little bit more to this because this one here contains it. Min. All right, we got to do a little bit more than that. First or default. This is interesting. The default one's tricky here for me. So we do this mapping. I kind of need to have a like catch-all data map here that it's transform. It contains there's one that contains everything type of thing. All right. I want to get to the next part. I'm not going to refactor it. I thought I was going to be able to do a quick refactor there. Not so easy. It is. I just need to have like a special default case there, and I wasn't quite sure on it. We're going to leave it for this for now. We're going to do a get add here. Get status. I don't know what I'm going to do. Get. Let's go up a directory. Get add. Get commit. Feat. The file will have its original. Interesting. I don't like that. Because I'm on Windows, it wants to make them do that. Feature here, day 5, part 1. All right, we're gonna push this up. You ever think, man, I hate my boss? Then you realize you were self-employed. Look, when you're self-employed, you're doing the, thank you for the haze, thank you for the sus. Sorry, I missed those. Thank you for the stars. We're gonna read part 2, folks, and then I'm gonna take a quick break. We're gonna come back and we're gonna see if we can do it. By taking a quick break, I'm just gonna get myself a top off on the bean water. We're gonna get some stretching in, and then we're gonna do it. Part 2. Everyone will starve if you only plant such a small number of seeds. Rereading the almanac, it looks like the seeds line actually describes ranges of seed numbers. The values on the initial seeds line comes in pairs. Within each pair, the first value is the start of the range and the second value is the length of the range. So the first line in the example, so this is seed 79, 80, 81, all the way up 14 times. And then this one's going to be 55, 56. Okay, going up there. Now, rather than considering 4 seed numbers, you need to consider a total of 27 seed numbers. In the above example, the lowest location can be attained from seed number 82, which corresponds to soil 84, fertilizer 84, water 84, light 77, temperature 45, humidity 46, and location 46. So the lowest location number is 46. It's all in. Yeah. Post it on the Discord. We do have a help section. Do I have a code review section? It's going to depend on the code, of course. But do I have a ask for code review on the? I wish I did. I should. It depends on what code. I mean, it's going to depend. But yeah, I'd be happy to help you out with it. Hang on, folks. Something's trying to install. I accidentally hit like an update button somewhere. All right. Can submit some BF code. Part 2 gave my CPU some pain today. Topologist, I'm glad you're back, my friend. But yeah, hop on the Discord. For now, I would say post it and ask for help. I should have a ask for code review. Ask for help. I'd say make a post in here and say looking for a code review. And then if we have some time at the end of the stream, I'll be happy to take a look at it. All right, so this one's tricky. I think we're going to take a break before we hop in. We usually take a break at about 90 minutes to 2 hours. Lord Accent, what I was going to say, when you're self-employed, you're not your own boss. You actually have all your clients are your bosses. And so that was a thing for me. All right, so this is interesting. I have some thoughts because our input, again, the numbers are big enough that the naive approach of saying, well, look, that range is pretty big, guys. That range is pretty big there. We won't be able to say, okay, well, now I have all of these seeds. We're going to have to do something where we sort of chunk these together. We chunk these together and say, all right, we have a seed range. Or we have like a data range, which has this as a start and this as a length. The tricky bit, I think, has to do with the way these are partitioned. What we need to do is look in this. We need to like apply the first number and the last first number, and then the range kind of needs to get like chunked out with it. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it just yet, but the first number, we need to figure out where this number like fits in here. No, I'm not going to brute force it. Look at this is no, I'm not even going to try to brute force it. That looks insane. Topologist, you're not even going to think about just brute forcing it. The brute force I already know is going to be several minutes at the shortest, and has a potential for days. I can brute force it, and that's GPU based brute forcing. Does the GPU support the longs in this way? I think the accuracy on the GPU wouldn't be good enough. The DPU, multi-thread it. Just there are 1.6 billion numbers for me. Just dump it into AWS and say, do it, brute force it, break it up, split it up, do it that way. That'd be hilarious. I'm not that strong. I'm not that powerful, guys. Okay. So I'm thinking about this, and then we're going to take a break. When we take this pair in here, some number of them will fit into this bucket. Some number of them will fit into the next bucket, and so on and so forth. Some number of them are, so we need to like do a transformation where we say, okay, the ones that work just like do the direct translation. And then there's going to be some that are left over. And those ones I think we can just add to the end of our list as a new range pair. So let me see if I can draw this out. I got my doc cam set back up. So let's switch to the doc cam here. We'll talk about it. We're going to take a break and then hopefully, I think this is the strategy I'm going to take. Here. This is just like a set one. Let me turn my doc cam on. Doc cam button. I think I just do doc. It's been a while since I've changed. There we go. Document camera. All right. So here's sort of what's, hang on, this is a little loose here. Autofocus. All right, so we have, we can think of this. Nope. We have our seeds here. So we know the starting seed. So this is like the ID start. And there's a bunch of these in here. So we know how long it is. And when we go to production value, let's bring it in here like that. Is this legible? The production value, that's right, Nenevrak. We know that my mapping, so I have a mapping here, and the mapping is sort of the same thing of we have a start and an end on the mapping. So the mapping source, so our basically the trick is like, does this thing contain source, start, and then a length. And the cool thing is, if we contain the entire range of seeds, we can just like pump it directly through. The problem is going to happen when our source, when our mapping doesn't fit this. So there's going to come a case where maybe it's like this. And so we have this chunk that didn't go through. And then there's this other case where our mapping doesn't include this chunk. So my thought, and this might not be fast enough either. My thought is, well, we go ahead and we take this input one and we build up a new range and we pass that through. And then these ones are our leftovers, and these get added back to our lists. And we process, and then we go through to the next. All right, these ones sort of pass through. These go to our next transformation map. These ones sort of pass through to each of our other ranges like that. So I think this is the strategy I want to try and employ. And then there's some crazy set stuff where we're gonna have to say, okay, well, some of these things are gonna end up overlapping, but I think I can do it this way. And so for each one I have sort of our start, we have our mapping, we say, okay, the ones that fit go in, and then we chop it up into some new data ranges. And then those go to all the next ones. So it's a little tricky, but that's the strategy I think I'm gonna take. That's the strategy I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try here. So I think I have a plan. This reminds me a lot of like day 4, day 5 of last year. There was, let's find that here. Let's look at last year's puzzle. This reminds me of a puzzle from last year. Let's close that window. Where art thou? Last year there was a puzzle like this. If we go to, how do I get to last year? 2023. How do I get to 2022? There's like a puzzle with these windows. No, it's probably day 6. Let's look at day 3. Oh, maybe it was further along. Day 7. There was a day where we had like these overlapping treetops. I can't find it. That's okay. We're gonna take a quick break here. Oh, I didn't mean to pin that. Unpin. Sorry about that. All right, Lance, welcome back to the stream. All right, folks, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna see if we can deploy our strategy for part 2 here. I think I have a strategy that will be somewhat efficient. But we're gonna give it a shot. So hang tight, everybody. I'm gonna get some bean water. I'm gonna get myself some more fresh water. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do some stretches, and then we're gonna be moving on to part 2. So don't go anywhere. The captain shall return. Hang tight. There it is. All right, everybody, the captain's back. We got ourselves, I decided to go with some leaf water today. I had my bean water. Now I've got myself some Earl Grey tea water here. Leaf water, herb water, tea, some Earl Grey tea here, folks. I'm excited to get in there. We gotta let it steep, though. Gotta let it steep. But what before we do that, while it's steeping, we need something to do, and so we're gonna get some stretches in, folks. So I'm gonna implore you, I'm gonna encourage you, I'm gonna ask you, come on, stand on up with me. Suni, welcome back to the stream, my friend. H. Mendoza, happy to have you here. Solomon, we're gonna take a look at your code here in just a moment. We'll see if I have anything to say about it. It's a bit long, actually. I'm looking at your code here real quick. It might be a little bit long for me to look at. But maybe be right back doing my OS update, like full upgrade, just an update, not an upgrade. But get on up. Look, the captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love
you in the back, pay attention.
If you love you, you got to take care of that body. So come on, everybody, stand on up with me. We're gonna get some stretches in. We're gonna start up. Look, I'm hunched over all day on my computer, typing away, clickety-clacking. We're gonna take care of ourselves. We're gonna start by getting a nice forearm stretch in here. Take those fingertips, straighten that arm out, grab those fingertips and pull back until you get a little bit of tension in that forearm, and you just hold it there. Once you have that, after you get the tension, don't keep pulling. Just when you get that tension, stop right there and hold it. Get that forearm stretch. We're gonna be fighting those repeated stress injuries, those RSIs. We don't want to get the carpal tunnel. We don't want that. Captain has carpal tunnel. We're going to help try and prevent that the best we can. As programmers, as people who sit on computers all day, it's important to take care of our bodies. 5 more seconds here, and then we're going to switch sides. Oh, doesn't that feel good? Go ahead and roll that wrist out. I'm going to switch sides here. Take those fingertips one more time. Grab them. Pull back. Oh yeah, doesn't it feel good? Feels good to be alive. I hope it feels good for you. It feels great for me. 15 more seconds on this one here. I'm gonna roll it out in just a moment. Will there be a rediffusion? Rorona. What does that mean? I'm sorry. Roranoa. Your name is so cool. Beautiful name, Roranoa. Let me know if I think you said I was pronouncing it correctly. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Oh yeah. We're gonna do another stretch here. Take that hand, lift above your head, place the flat of that hand on your back, and grab that elbow and pull it over until you get a little bit of tension here. Once you have that tension, hold it in place. If you bring it all the way across and still have any tension, you can lean your head back into it. If you're still not feeling any tension, you can lean to the side. But once that tension's there, go ahead and stop. You're just gonna hold it in place. We're gonna hold it in place here for 15 seconds, and we're gonna switch to the other side. Oh, doesn't it feel good to be alive? Rediffusion, I'm not sure. Mendoza, I'm glad it helps you out, my friend. Look, being on stream, it helps me to have this excitement, have this going on in my life. It feels so good. It feels so good to be on here smiling, coding, chatting with all you beautiful, lovely, wonderful people out there. Go and let that down. Oh, yeah. We're gonna switch sides. Take that other palm, bring it up. You look so Genki. What does Genki mean? I mistranslated probably. I'm looking for the English word, and we're gonna go and do this other side now. Rorona, will there be a rediffusion? Yeah, I'm not sure. See if you can find it. Genki, I've heard Genki. I've heard Genki Dama together in Japanese, but I don't know what it means. It's like what's the translation of Genki? Well, I'm sure it's someone. Gum by number 5. We've got gum by number 5, not number 4, not number 3, but number 5. Thank you so much for the call. Go ahead and bring it down. Oh, it feels good. Let's do some arm circles, everybody. We're gonna get our shoulders, bring them up, back, and down. We're just gonna roll those shoulders back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Roll them forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the shoulders. 2, 3, 4. Full arms. 2, 3, 4. Oh, shake it out. Shake it out. Doesn't it feel good to be alive? Doesn't it feel good to be here? Doesn't it feel good to take care of yourself? So we're going to hop back into our code now. Suni, I want to improve my programming skills for a big app. Awesome. VOD, yes. Yes, there is a VOD. There will be VODs. I'm also live streaming to YouTube. Do I have a YouTube? That's not it. Archive. Captain Coder Live. We are live streaming over there as well. If you want to hop on the live stream over there, it wouldn't hurt, but I'm happy to have you here. The chat here in Twitch is a little bit better. And so all of these get archived. All of these get archived. And we even have all of last Advent of Code. If you want to look at 20, that's when I started. But we have a playlist, Advent of Code 2023. I'm sure I have it. 2022 there. I did every day last year as well. Jormunda, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you here. Gum by number 5. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it. I'm assuming that's what it is. I could be wrong though. I missed so much. That's okay. You can always go back. Have a beautiful day, Roronoa. Have a beautiful day. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope to see you again soon. Have a beautiful day. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And you're welcome back anytime. We'll be back tomorrow. And I hope to see you then. All right, so this part 2 is interesting because we have these ranges. Oh, and we did get your code. I'm not gonna have time, I think, today to do it, but if you post on the Discord, we might be able to take a better look at it. Just because, so if anyone wants to take a look, Solomon sent us this code. For this, just to review it. I'm gonna keep going with my Advent of Code. So I only have about an hour and a half left to be on, maybe 2 hours tops probably. But it looks like you're writing a Discord bot. Is that true? This looks cool. We'll take a look at it hopefully at some point, but I might not be able to get to it today. Shreyas. Welcome to the stream. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Happy to have you here. Danny Verac, this is my first year trying to have a code. Managed to get part 2 to 5 minutes today and was pretty happy. I'm going to see how you do it. I think we can get it in just a few seconds, maybe less. But just to go over my strategy here. Let's turn my dock cam back on. I don't have a button on my stream deck here. But here's my strategy of how this works. So we're gonna have number ranges. So we might have, in the example they give, seed 79 and 14. This would be 79. And we start here and then we go all the way up to 92. 79 to 92 is in this. And so we're gonna have a number range. Conceptually, we think about the number range here. And we're gonna pass that down and through each one of our mappings. And when we have chunks left over, those chunks sort of get added back to the list at the end of the list to keep getting processed until we get through all of our mappings. And when all of the mappings are done, those ones just get left over and they get passed through. So that's the idea I have here. So that way I don't have to go through every single one. There was a problem like this last year too with ranges. I thought it was day 4 last year, but I couldn't find it. But where we have these ranges like this. So I need to create a new data type here. I'm glad I pronounced it. I'm glad I pronounced it correctly. I'm so glad you're here. All right, so we need a public record record number range. And so this is going to be our long start and our long length like this. And so when we parse these things in now, we no longer need the seeds. It's sort of like our seed ranges on this one here. And it's a little tricky here. I'm gonna write a parser here. It should be simple if we have pairs. If we have pairs of these, we should be able to do it. But I'm gonna do a public static. I'm gonna see if we can get back a list of number range. And this is gonna take in that line, parse string data. And the idea is this is going to take in pairs of things here. So we want to split every 2 numbers. So we're going to have something that looks like this. And there could be multiple numbers in it. It looks like this. And we're going to split on the space and then we take every 2. We're going to take 2 each time. Bullseye! Bullseye! Have you met Bullseye? AUG. They are following me today, you know, Bullseye. Thank you for following me. Bullseye, thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. Hope you're having a beautiful day. We are working on the advent of code. And we do a data.split on the space. And really we want to take the pairs here. So we want to split here. I'm having a good day. Thanks. Same to you. Oh, I'm so glad you're having a good day. We could also do a thing where we, I wish there was a cool way to split every other. But I'm just going to take all the numbers here and select long.parse. So this is going to give us back a list of numbers, and I need to take every 2. Of those. So I'm gonna go through and pull every 2. Mighty Kaiser. Thank you for following me today. We got Mighty Kaiser. And we also got Bum Fungus. I hope that's just a name. Bum Fungus, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. I hope that's just a name and not a reality. But welcome to the stream, Bum. Happy to have you here, Bum Fungus. What a name. Happy Tuesday, my friend. So glad you're here with us. Let's take a look here. We're splitting this. We need to pull every pair of number out. Is there a way I can take every 2? Hang on, I'm just gonna do this. Can I turn it to a Q? There's not a 2Q here. Let's pull every 2 out. I really want this to be a Q of long nums. I can't turn it to a Q. Can I go 2Q? Can I make a Q out of this? New Q. Is this new Q? New Q. My brain really wants this to be a Q. Okay, I can do that. I can make it a Q like this. And basically what I'm going to do is, nums dot count is greater than 0. So while it's not empty, we're just going to pull 2 things off, and those 2 things are going to get turned into a number range. So we're going to have a list, number range, ranges equals new. And at the end of the day, we're going to return ranges here. So the idea is, while there are things left, nums, we're going to do nums dot dequeue like this, ranges dot add new number range, and the left and the nums dot dequeue like that. Okay, so the idea is we pull off the left side. So if I wanted to break it out a little bit more, you could say start equals pull the first number off. That'll be our start. And I'm sure there are smarter ways to do this. Long length long
Doyle.
length equals. Thank you for the doy, JD. I appreciate it. I'm sure there are better ways to do this. This is the way my brain wants to do it right now. So you're like, oh, I just need to pull off every thing here. And let's write a 2-string here just to make sure our number ranges came out the way we want. Lance says, I have to say, Twitch never disappoints when it comes to usernames. I know it's a good username. Thank you for the doys, both Lance and JD. Sorry I missed him. Welcome back, Smab. I hope your update went well. Seeing as you're back, I'm assuming it did. I'm sure I could do this in a smarter way, but this is what I decided to do. Smab, I was wondering, do you know, is there an easy way with link to say take every 2? I wanted to do like take 2 and then take 2 again and take 2 again over and over. I'm not sure if there's a nice way to do it. I just put it into a queue and then pulled 2 things off each time. That seemed like, in my brain, that's what I wanted to do, so it seemed pretty easy to put that together. Chunk, there we go. All right, even better. We can do data.split plus select long.parse chunk size 2. Beautiful. All right, I like that so much better. I just didn't know what it was called. I was like, I want to do take 2 over and over, but I don't know what it is. All right, so if we chunk it, I'm going to just comment that out so we have it. We chunk by 2s, and then we can actually do a select on each one of these. What is the return type? Is it a pair or is it an array? So it's an array. All right, and then we're going to do a select, and we have our left and right. Nums goes to new number range. Nums of 0, nums of 1. I like this so much better. And we'll return that there. Boom. Easy. Let me put this back up so people, I'll put this up here real quick. This is essentially what this is doing. This was my first attempt here. We're going to go ahead and write a 2-string just to validate it. Smab! Thank you so much for the assistance, my friend. Try and brute force day 5 part few unsuccessful bum fungus. I'm not gonna brute force it. I think I'm gonna semi brute force it. But I think I'm gonna chunk them out into number ranges that I can pass through to each other. And we need a way to like split our number ranges and stuff up. Arts plunge, welcome aboard. Arts plunge. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. Arts Plunge, thank you for the follow, my friend. Larry Browser. Better than Chrome, better than Internet Explorer, better than Firefox. Maybe not better than Edge, though. Larry Browser. How do we install the Larry Browser? Larry Browser, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream here. I was going to override 2-string here. 2-string here. Just to validate that my number range looks correct. But it should be simple. Number range. And we'll just do start number range. Start. And length like that, Okay, I'm just gonna loop through and make sure my number range is getting parsed properly. And so there should be a list of number ranges, seed ranges, and we're gonna just parse this in here. This should be data 0. Oh, that's interesting. Split that of 1 dot. All right, so it's a little bit annoying that I did it this way. Number range dot parse data 1 data 0 dot split. What is this complaining about? Oh, split needs to be a pair. Sorry, parentheses. There we go. All right, so get my number ranges out here. I'm gonna comment part 1 just for now. Let's do a console.writeLine string.join. Let's print these out real quick. Take our seed ranges just to make sure the seed range makes sense. .NET run sample input. What do they call it? Sample. Am I in the right directory? Oh, CD implementation .NET run sample input there. JD has good news, everybody. I've made several improvements to my battle game, and it's almost ready for early access on Ko-fi and Patreon. That's awesome. It's changed a lot from the early access. I'm really excited to check it out. The input string is not in the correct format. Okay, so I have some sort of parsing issue. Butter chicken, one of my favorite Indian dishes. Butter chicken, making my mouth water. Oh, buttery chicken, get into my belly. Butter chicken, thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. BK, how you doing, buddy? How's it going? All right, we're working on day 5. I don't know if you're okay with spoilers, but we did day 1, part 1, day 5, part 1. We're on part 2 here. I'm doing fabulous. Fabulous. All right, just to make sure this, hang on. I might have done something wrong here. Let's check this out. Okay, the input string is not in the correct format. Let's go. All right. Let's go back. Bring it on back. I should actually read the exception, right? Line 82. Data.split. Oh, I'm not parsing. It's not parsing the longs properly. What data do I have coming in here? Console.writeLine data. Let's see what we have in here. I should probably just do a debug. I'm glad someone knows. 7.9. Let's do a trim. Is it because I didn't trim? Trim data trim options. Let's try that. No, input string here. Empty entries maybe, and string remove empty entries. It's just parsing. I think when we split, we have a blank entry on the front there. There we go. Smab, you knew it before I knew it. We should. I want this. I should make my own split that does this for me automatically. Reading the error never explains the error, I think is what you were gonna say there. Gee, I hope your appointment went well. Welcome back to the stream. We're on part 2. Smab always knows. Smab, the all-seeing eye of UK. Smab UK sees it all. Thank you, Smab. Let's give you some points. I know you don't want them. 50 points for your assistance, my friends. I don't know if you actually assist me in that. You just, you know, I think I actually found it without you. Folks, let's just give everyone some points. Points at all. 50 points to everyone. Look, why not? Number go up. And all right, do our seed ranges. 79, just to make sure. 79, 14, 55, 13. Okay. I think we're okay there. All right, so now we got to do some actual work. Here. And so the idea being given a number range. I didn't know I was rich like that. It's true. How does it feel? Given we need to, there's a transformation Beavers lie, numbers don't lie, but beavers lie. That's Beaver Logic for you. Beaver Logic, what a name. Cyan Streams, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're doing beautiful, my friend. Folks, if you guys love to learn, if you love science, if you love ants, Cyan Streams is the place to be. Be sure to give Science some love. They do a lot of chatting, they watch videos, they play games. Tomorrow night, Whack'em Wednesdays, my favorite. Wacom Wednesdays, all the art stream, my favorite. Tuesday nights, do you do anything on? I'm sure you do stuff on Tuesday nights. Tuesday nights, what do you have planned for tonight? Science streams. Valent, how you doing? Glad to hear you back. Glad to have you back. I'm glad to be back. T1 Berlin. T1 Berlin. Thank you for following me. T1, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you, my friend. Okay, so the strategy I want to employ, my Remarkable app wants to update if I click this, right? Hang on, folks. Here it comes. It's about to, my screen's gonna go blank here for a second. TB, need the TB command. Tinker Tuesday, awesome. Building models, really cool. To have two butts. It's true. I need to get JD. There's so many commands I need to make. I need the flavor command. I need a dopamine command. All right, Remarkable's installing an update. It's just disappointing. All right, so I need given a data mapping. All right, so I kind of want to do. I don't know what my return type is yet. Transform number range source. We need to transform this, and I think it's going to give us back potentially three different things here, because we have. It won't always give us back. This is the part where, like, the return type, I'm not entirely sure what to do with the return type here. Bum Fungus, the brute force at 24 million iterations, no solve. I need more power. Just deploy it into the cloud. I shouldn't have installed Remarkable. It's installing the update. I don't have the vest for it, nor the spiked bleach chair, but we'll figure it out. Go for it. That's right. I kind of feel like there's three parts of this. So this ends up producing the number range less than. It produces a number range transformed, and it produces a number range greater than. All right, so I kind of hate this. I'm like, I hate this. Can I return null here? I can't. I can return null though. Okay. So my idea is when you go to transform a number range, it's gonna say all the ones that fit into this range, we're good to go. All the ones that are less than need to be transformed by another thing. All the ones that are greater need to be transformed by something else. So it's a little bit tricky here. Okay. I'm gonna create a data type called transform results. Public record transform results. And it's gonna have this. And maybe I'm overthinking it here, but this is gonna make it easy for it to be transform results. Less than, so I have a name. It's basically my name's tuple. Tuple? Is it tuple or tuple? I think it's my name's tuple here. And these ones are optional. The middle one, I guess technically the middle one can be optional too. Yeah. Don't start that. Are you saying don't start doing this? Smab, are you talking to me or is something going on in the chat that I missed? Don't start with the question. I think you're saying don't start using the question marks, I think is what you might be saying. Okay. But the things, so we want to say, okay, what are the ranges that fit into this tuple versus, tuple versus tuple. Gotcha. So let's start by saying, what are the ones that fit into it? Question marks just mean it's nullable. Question mark means it's nullable. I'll get warning. So for example, watch this. If I create a new transform result, I have a warning here saying that this shouldn't be null. If I make them question marks, it lets me, that warning goes away. So this is just saying, it's basically giving the compiler information saying, hey, sometimes this is null. And basically what I want to do is I want to figure out the ones that are less than it. And so I have a range coming in here. So source.start, if it's like if source.start is less than destination start. This means we have a less than. This means that there's a whole chunk of things that are less than. And so I think I'm going to do a number range less than is null to start out. Is assigned, but it's never used. And then we put less than here. All right, so if the start is less than our destination start, that means there's a chunk that is less than. So my less than becomes a new number range. And the start of it is still our source.start, but the length changes. The length is, I believe, our destination start minus our source.start. Let me think if this is true. Let's think about this. If we're at 99 and I start at, source start 90, let's say source start 98, dest start 99, 99 minus 98 is 1. If my source start was 100, we'd get 2. All right, so my length is the destination start minus the source start. So I pull that out, and now I have the number range that is on the left side. On it, BK says, I am chock-a-block from now until Christmas that I'll probably only get to day 10 by the end of December. There's nothing wrong with doing these after December. So I was thinking about that. I was going like, time-wise, I don't know if I'm going to have time to finish all of these on stream this year. So everyone knows, not everyone knows, but I started streaming because of Advent of Code for teaching my students. When I was doing that, I was a part-time teacher. The school I was working for, I was only part-time. I was only teaching, I think I was only teaching 15 hours a week or something like that. Like my work schedule was 15 hours. And then I did a bunch of tutoring and did a bunch of other stuff separately, but streaming was a little bit easier. I had time to produce videos for it. And that's in January, I actually got hired full time by them. And now it's like a 40-hour a week gig. And so it's just, I don't quite have much time. That's why I'm saying up until December 16th, I'm hoping they don't get too hard before the 16th. Last year they got hard. Like there were a few tricky ones, and then they sort of started getting harder on like day 14, 15, something like that. Or would I say much harder? Okay. So now we want to say if we want to figure out where this ends now. So long end is our source.start plus source.length minus 1. This is our end. This is where we end. And our number range end, we can now say if our end, I'm going to call this source end. Create another one called, and I could put a property in here. Public long end get, just to make things simpler maybe. And this is our dest. Oh, this would be our dest start, our dest. And my brain can't quite handle that. So I'm gonna put it down here. This is Lound. That's a Chinese. There's a data type called Chinese Lunar Solar Calendar, or is this an enumerated type? It's a class. There's a class. That's wild. That's wild. That's kind of cool. Chock-a-block might be British. It means full to the brim. Gotcha. Chock-a-block. I feel like I've heard that before. So this is our source end. This is gonna be our source end. I'm gonna call this mapping end. And this is our source. Hang on. Less than source start. I had a bug here because this is our source start. Destination is separate. Source start here. Okay. Our mapping end. Is our source start. Hang on, I also got to change it here. No one stopped me from doing this insane thing here. All right. Source start plus length minus 1. All right, so now I know my number range, where my number range ends. And I also know where my mapping stops containing things. And I can say if my source end is greater than our mapping end, and I'm not sure if it should be greater than or equal to. This is something I'm a little bit, I'm gonna have to think through here. And then we need to calculate the length of this part here, but this is where our number range greater than starts out null. Source end here. So this is where our number range coming in. Let me see if I can draw this out here. So we have a number range. Let's say we start at 80. Let's have a length of 20. Length 20. Would this get us to 100? So we have 180. Let's see. If we have 20, 80 plus 20, that would get us 99 actually. Get us to 99 of the things contained inside. If we start at 80 and we count up 20, the weird thing is you have 80 because it's 0 indexed. 81, 82, 83, 84. You end up with up to 99. So length of 21 would get us to 100. So it goes to 90 here. I'm gonna do 81 to 100. Just the number 100 for whatever feels nice and round for me. Ryan, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back, Ryan. I hope you're doing beautifully well. Acid, I found part 2 to be quite difficult, Spike. Plenty of room for off by 1 errors. Conceptualizing with a visual plan, as you've done, was super helpful. Yeah, so I was like, let's think about this a little bit. This is like a set range thing. These ones are tricky with the off by ones and stuff. So a unit test is probably going to be super helpful to validate the logic of what I'm doing here. Okay, so length here, and then let's say inside we're going to start at 91 and go to 95 as our transformation. Okay, so this one's going to be length 5. All right, so this here is source, and this here is our data mapping. So that's what we're looking at here. Our source is length 20, our data mapping is length 5. And so I just want to make sure, and so this is start, this is length, source end. If we take our start and we add length minus 1, we get to 100. So we have our source end at 100. So this is source end. In our example, this is 100. And our source start is 91. Plus 5 minus 1, we end up with 95. So we have that correctly done here. So the parts that are sort of on the right side of this should be 96 to 100. 96 to 100 should be greater than, should be 96 to 100, which is going to be our mapping ending plus 1. And then the length is 100 minus 96 is 4, 96, 97, 98, 99, plus 1. Our end minus this plus 1 to get the full length. All right, so our greater than is going to be equal to a new number range here. And the number range we have to pull out, it's our mapping end plus 1. So this is 95. We do the plus 1 there. And the length is our source end minus this number. All right, so I'm going to pull this out. Long new start. So it's our end minus new start plus minus new start plus 1. We already have the plus and 1 in there. No, we need one more plus 1. We need one more plus 1 here. I'm gonna write a unit test for this one because this one is a little tricky for my brain here. So new start, let's double check, make sure new start is map ending plus 1. So it was map ending was 95, plus 1's 96. Source end is 100 minus 96. I could just do map ending here. Mapping end. Would that work? 100 minus 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 105. Yes, there we go. Mapping ending. So this is our new start and our new end. I'm gonna do this. I think it's a little bit better here. Did my stream die? Did the stream go down? Am I back? Am I using your redeem? Did you redeem a crash? Let me know if I'm back, everybody. Am I streaming? Or is my stream dead? How do we know? Who do we care? Am I still streaming? Let me know when you can hear me. Oh yeah, can you hear me? Streaming. OBS liked to die. Gee, thank you for the first. Are we back? Welcome back. Sorry I missed you. Exclamation point F, we need one of those. All right, BK Dev, get those bonus points, folks. Bonus points! Exclamation point first. Can't cheat me. All right, folks. Sorry, the stream died. It's because I'm on the Wi-Fi. All right, I think we got the greater than, and so now everything in the middle can get transformed. Everything in the middle gets transformed. So, our last bit here. We need our map ending. All right, source end. We want to calculate our new start of this one here. So the things that come through are the ones that are here. And then there's like this case where we have like a set that everything fits in. I was about to transform to after I finish my other works. Gotcha. Red Mur, I don't know if I said hello, my friend, but Red Mur, nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Captain starting like dubstep streaming. Topologist, what is your opinion about the difficulty curve this year? I heard several people complain it is harder than usual, especially if you want to learn a new language. I have felt like all of the part ones have been pretty simple so far. So one of the things I think people should understand is I am okay with I think part one on most of them should be easy. I don't think the part ones have been difficult on any of them so far. Maybe some of the parsing stuff, I'm not sure. I don't think part one has been difficult. No. Part two, I think should be allowed to be as difficult as anyone wants, as difficult as it could possibly be. So yeah, Snabble, I think part one is usually straightforward. If you can't do part two, that's okay. It's okay. It's good to go ahead and look up. I think there's no shame in looking up a strategy for doing it. I think the parsing is too much here. This one's parsing wasn't too bad, but yeah. Nikki B Hobbying, thank you so much for the raid. Nikki B Hobbying. What were you up to, my friend? Thank you so much for the raid. Let's give a shout out to Nikki B Hobbying, friend of the stream, friend of the channel. Why can't? Oh, thank you for giving the shout out there, folks. Click that heart quick before it disappears. Give them some love. Nikki B, I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you working on? You're working on your game, I'm assuming. Nikki B, welcome back to the stream. Yeah, tell us what you were doing. You did parsing for day 5 and we're out of Steam. Gotcha. For Baby Adventure, Nikki B, if you have some links, feel free to drop them in chat for us. If I don't know if you have a Steam wish list or not, or anything of that sort, but if you do, let us know. Let us know. All right. So now we want to get the range that overlaps. Overlapping range. And basically, if there's, so let's create a new one. Number range transformed. Or contained, I think might be a better name for this. These are the ones that are contained in there. So I almost want to do this as a contains. Contains. I want to change this to a contains here. I'm going to make this contained result. And then these, yeah, I think for my brain contains. These are the ones that are contains, and then we pass all the, and then there's going to be a transform that we apply to a number range. Because the transform will be interesting. Thank you for the link there. Be sure you guys check that out. Let's pin that message. Can we pin that message for a little bit here? Baby Adventure, go check it out, folks. Nikki B, thank you for sharing that. We're going to pin that up there for everybody to find. Ended up doing a lot of level design for Baby Adventure. Best I have is a prototype page at the moment. Getting close to a major update of the prototype. Very cool. Very cool. Always love checking out your stream early in the morning. Nikki B's usually streaming before I do. So if you guys want to check out some game dev, be sure to check him out. So these are the numbers that are contained. And we want to find, all right. So we're gonna have a contained start is going to be this number. Should be 91. Yeah. So we want to check. Okay. So if our contained equals new number range, and it starts at our source start here. So it starts here. The length is the part that is interesting. This is going to be our new length. So in our new length, if our end here doesn't go all the way, hang on. So we need another one here where we start at 81, but we only go to 93, say. Something like this. We want to look at the end of this. Okay, so if the source start is greater than or equal to our source.start and our source end, so if it's greater than or equal to it, that means we have a chance to be inside. Because if it is 91, Yeah, hang on. Long new start is going to be source dot start or it's always going to be source dot start, right? No. If our source dot start is greater than, we need to pick it. All right, so if source dot start is greater, let's do source dot start here. If our range coming in is greater than source start. Hate, my naming is so bad here. Source dot start, let's rename this to range. The range coming in, our range dot start, if it's greater than that, then the new start should be our range dot start. This is one of the times where I actually feel like a ternary might read better. So we're gonna say, what do people think? Which one of these reads better? The if statement or the ternary? This should be source start. I'm gonna go with the source start. I love lurking your stream, working on my papers. It's so much fun. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm gonna go with the if statement here. I just feel like this is getting long. It's really not that long. All right, so our new start is either gonna be the leftmost of this, or if we start in the middle here, let's say we start at 92, this needs to be our new start here. All right. And then our new long new end, let's do contained start. Our contained end is going to be our source or mapping end. We can never go beyond the mapping end. All right. If our source end is less than our mapping end, contained end is going to be equal to our source end, like that. So this is going to tell us the last number, and then our length. This is where the cool part is. Our length is going to be equal to our contained end minus our contained start plus one. Because that'd be 93 minus 92 would be 1, but we add 1. We do a plus 1 to get the length, not the full range, plus 1. And then we can say if length is greater than 0, contained is equal to a new number range from our contained start to our new length. And I'm going to rename this to contained length. Okay. Feel like this deserves a unit test. Body lice, another good name. Body lice. I hope that's just a name, not a condition. Body lice, I'd like to welcome you today now. Body lice, I hope that's just your name, not a condition. I'd feel really bad if it were. I hope you don't have body lice, but thank you for being here. Body lice, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. All right. So, and then this last thing here is to return this with contained. All right, so we have the things that are less than, we have the things that are contained, with things that are greater than. I really want to write a unit test for this. No condition, thankfully, body lice. I'm glad to hear it, but I'm so glad you're here with us, my friends. Welcome to Advent of Code Day 5. We're working our way through part 2 of Day 5. Building up these data structures to make these problems a little bit easier to work with. But this is part of our data mapping here. So we have a data mapping test. I want to test contains Contains range. Yeah, contains range. Contains feels like not quite the right. Partition. Partition. I'm gonna go with partition. Partition results. So paridium. Partition. I think partition's a better name because we're partitioning. We're saying take the chunk that's in the middle, give us the thing that's not to the left, give us the thing that's to the right. So we get back all the number ranges here for a mapping test. Whew. All right. Public void test partition. Partition. All right. And so we're going to do a AAA testing here. Range apt assert. Okay. And let's build a data mapping here. The one, and I'm nervous to do it with the one that we wrote in here. No, let's do it with this one. We'll do this one here, 81. All right. Our range data mapping is, we start at 81. Our source, so not data mapping. This is going to be our number range. Number range range is going to be equal to, can I put a number range in here? Number range. I don't think I can do this with a theory. I don't think I can inline constructor. Inline data, new number range, 5. Yeah, I think this needs to be a constant, right? Type of expression, array expression. Yeah, our inline data here cannot be a range. I'd have to do like int 5 or something. This feels harder to write that way. So I'm going to do test partition less than contains and greater than. All right, so we're going to test a partition where it has all of them. I'm going to write a couple tests here. So this is going to be a fact. GPT 10,000. Welcome back to the stream. GPT 10,000. How you been, buddy? I'm glad you're here. Good morning from me to you. Good evening from you to me. It's so nice to have you here. I love streaming because I get to meet people from all over the world. It's great. Platinum Ghost. Have you met the ghost that is so platinum? They are here. They followed me. And welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the stream, my friend. We're gonna do a number range here, and I'm gonna do this one here. This is the mapping we're gonna test here. Just do make sure we feel good about this one. All right, so this is the map we're gonna do. Our number range, it's gonna be our range, is a new number range. It's 81 length 20. 81 length 20, like this. And our data mapping, data misaligned mapping is going to be a new data mapping. And the data mapping, what are the inputs for my data mapping? So the destination doesn't matter in this case. 0, 91, 5. The destination doesn't matter. The source is what matters on this one. And we want to do the following. We're going to say mapping dot partition on our range. And we're going to get back a partition result here. And I want to assert that our, so result dot less than should be, and then we should be, and we calculate we should be 81, should be a new data mapping. This should start from 81 and go to 90. Oh, so we can't quite say 81 to 90. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. It should have a length of 10. That makes sense. I could have done that math. 91 minus 81 has a length of 10. Oh, so this should be a new number range. Okay, so we should go from 81 and have a length of 10. 81 to 90 has 10 options in it. our greater than should be from 96 and have a length of 5. And then our result, so this is our act, so this is our arrange. We set up our problem. This is the thing we want to test that this function works. So we're gonna do an act here. And then we're gonna do our assertions. We're gonna assert the properties are what we want, and contains should essentially be a, should be new number range 91 5. Okay. All right, folks. Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. We're about to run this test.net. Let's go up a directory. cd.net test. See if my partition is working the way I think. Come on. Hold me. Bum fungus. We did it. Bum fungus. We fungled our way through it. And that works the way we kind of wanted it to. Okay. There's a couple more tests I want to run. We bum fungled our way through it. Partition less than and CT. All right. So GT is new. Did you get it? Did you iterate through and you get it all? What would you put your body through, JD? Oh no. Thanks again for the shout out to JD. I appreciate that, Ryan. I think you got it. Thank you for that. Epic sax guy. Oh, you're putting your dye in your hair and stuff. Are you guys talking about the guy from Too Many Zoos? Have you seen? You guys know Too Many Zoos? This band is amazing. Too Many Zoos. This guy plays sax. Are you doing this guy? Okay. This guy's. Why is that picture so fuzzy? Why are these pictures so fuzzy? Give me better pictures though. You know Leo? Yeah, I've met him. When I was living on the East Coast, I used to go check it out. Yeah, you're shocked you didn't attempt it. I looking at my input, I'm like, there's no way. Look how many numbers you'd have to iterate through. I can look at it. It's going well, McNets. I think we have a winning strategy. We just got to implement it to get there. We're writing some tests to make sure we're doing some sanity checks here. The tales of old. Thank you for following. Thank you for following. Thank you for being here today, folks. Tales of old. I believe you're game dev streamer. Tales of old. I don't know if we can do a shout out just yet. Gotta wait 38 seconds. In 40 seconds, if someone could give Tales of Old a shout out, we love Tales of Old. Excellent game dev streamer. Love what you're doing on your stream. Yeah, making a card game, I believe. Tell us, how have you been? Budge dos obalint. BUJ dos do so balint. Bud do so balint. I'm sorry, W Giorgio's dev account. Gotcha. I was gonna say, I feel like we've been doing some cool stuff over there. It's W Giorgio's account. Awesome. Do so balint. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Budge. Do so balint. Boo so balint. I know I'm singing that wrong. Thank you for following, my friend. I'm glad you're here with us. All right, so we're gonna partition this. I need to change this one. I'm gonna change my source here. The idea being that this one, I'm gonna make this one, we'll go from 81 to 93. So we don't have anything over here. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. I'd love to pronounce it correctly. So our less than mapping, our less than, it's still the same. It's 81 to 90. We have no greater than. And our contains should be 91 to 93, essentially. All right, so our greater than should be null. Oh, let me fix this. Our range here, 93 minus 81. What is that? Why can't I math? 93 minus 81. So we have a range of of 12. Is that right? 12 or 13? 12 or 13. Someone help me. Welcome to Lurk Mode, Smab. Thank you for hanging out with us. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. 13. So I got it right. It's the plus one. 13. Look, you can use your fingers to count it. Length 13. All right. Contain should be 91 to 93. This one here should be length 3. 91, 92, 93. Length 3. Okay. And so this one should be from 91 to 93. 81 should go all the way up here. So I think we can test partition less than. Let's see if our less than's working here. And if it fails, all right, we pass there. All right. Let's go to let's create one that does greater than. CT greater than. So this one, we're gonna push this one so it starts at 93 and goes to 100. Goes to 100 here. And so 96 to 95 for our greater than. So it should be the same after, but our less than should be null. Or we should actually do should be null. Should be null. This one shouldn't be null. This one should be this one should be our contains. I do that up here. Let me move this down here. My brain doesn't like that. Contains here. Contains should be, we're gonna start at 93. Contain should go from 93 to 95. Less than is null. And greater than, I already wrote that out up here, is this here. Greater than, I'll put it on. Bear with my bumbling. There we go. Oh, wrong spot. This should be down here. Okay. 96 to 100. All right, so our less than's null. This one should be a new number range. From 93, 94, 95, and it should have a range of 3, a length of 3. There we go. Yeah, it was incorrect and it happens all the time. I'm from Hungary. It would be hard to explain how to pronounce correctly, but if you really want to know, just put Budjosobalent into Google. Is it okay if I call you, let's try this. Let's put it into Google here. Let's try it out. Pronounce. Oh, it didn't come up. I was hoping it'd give me just a pronunciation of it. I just put this. That's okay. That's okay. I'll do my best. Budoso is probably what might be another way to pronounce it. I'll do my best. I might just call you Balint as well. Is it okay if I call you Balint? Let me know if that's not okay. All right. So I think our greater than. All right. Let's test this. These actually being tested. It should say 15 now. Okay, we fail on this one. We fail on this one. Our less than result dot less than should be null, but was. All right, I didn't change my number range. Okay, so I miswrote my test. We need to start at 93. Okay, we still fail. Greater than should be 96 length 5, but was 96 length 10. 96 length 10. Interesting. Oh, I didn't rewrite this. So 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. We should have a length of 9. Okay, still failing. I got a length of 6. Did I do my length right? Or should my length be 8? I want to just make sure 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Oh, I just miscounted. It should be a length of 8. I miscounted. So it should be a length of 8. Okay. All right, I'm feeling good about this. The last one to check. There's a couple more. There's a couple more. But I'm feeling pretty good. I want to do one where we get just less than. So everything's to the left. Everything just to the left. So this one's easier to do. Because I can just say start at 50, go 10. 50 and go 10. Everything should be to the left of it here. And so when we partition this, the contain should be null. The greater than should be null. And the less than should just be the same as the range that we passed in. This one's easier. Let's double check that. Okay, that, less than here. This is interesting. The length was 41. Okay, so this is why we did this. This is why we did this. Everything was to the left, but we ended up going all the way to the edge of this one. This is why I wrote this test, because I have a bug in my code. Because my range was 50 to 10. All right. So we need to determine when we do less than, it's not source minus start range. It's the smaller of range.start, and then it's the smaller of these two. All right, so long length is going to be this, or math.min range.start. All right, so if our range, if our range.length, sorry. If our length is shorter than the distance to this, we just do the length. And similarly on max, we'll do the other side as well. I'm glad I did this test. Oh, hang on. Why didn't that take the minimum? Oh, I got to actually replace the length here. Okay, because this is saying if the range wasn't far enough in, we take the smaller amount. I'm worried we could end up with a negative number here. Can we end up with a negative number? Source range.start is always less than source.start, so this number will always be positive. Okay, so we can't. If the length was already smaller though, we only do that. And on this side, on the greater than side, we have a similar case where if our range.length, let's write the test for it. Let's see the failure. Real quick, where we put everything on the right hand side and put it further to the right. So let's put this at 500 and have it be length 10. And less than should be null. And greater than should be the original range. And I suspect if we run this test, we'll fail. We do. Length was 414. So again, I think we want to just take the smaller of those two. I wasn't sure if it was smaller. That's what I was thinking. So the length here should be the smaller of the original or this. Because if it's the case that we're so far away, is this actually correct? This isn't going to be correct, because if I did like 500 here, this isn't correct. There's something wrong here. I gotta fix this. This one should change to length. I'm doing something wrong here. Because now it has 500. Because that was smaller. All right, so this is incorrect. This is also incorrect here. These are incorrect. If our... I'm going to put these up above. We want to say if our source end is before, we just want to return the range. Yeah. So if our start is less than the source start, let me do a thing here. I'm just going to write, all right. I'm going to change this back. Let's change this back here. I almost wrote a terrible bug. We want to say if our source end is less than our, this is our range end. Let's rename this to range end. If our range end is less than, so if we end before we even get to our source start, we're just going to return a new partition result of range null null. We're so far to the left it doesn't matter, we can just drop it. Otherwise we do overlap with it. We can do a similar thing that says if our range start is greater than our mapping end, new partition result range null range. All right. Otherwise we have this case. All right, so if we're too far to the left, we just get that back. And I'm sure I could do something smart where I don't have to like explicitly write these cases out. I'm sure that I could do that. But for me, it's a little bit easier to think, okay, if we made it here, it means that we have overlap. We have a maybe, at the very least, we have an overlap. There's another case that says we just have like the middle. So if range dot start is less than or equal to mapping end and range end is greater than or equal to source start. This is saying that we are only in the middle. Turn a partition result where we have null, range, null. Okay, so this is saying that we're in the middle only. Otherwise, this is the case with multiple partitions here. All right, so this are the case where we're all the way to the left, all the way to the right, just in the middle. Let's make sure I didn't kill 3 tests fail now. 3 tests fail. This is interesting. Let's see which tests are failing. (93.3), but test partition CT greater than. This one was working before I did this, but was 93.8. So it was saying that on line can I run the test in here? I'm not familiar with this new one. Let's run this one here. I open up my test here as it refresh these. Might be good. I may try an art venting stream later. I got jokes on jokes on jokes today. Look at them jokes go. All right, we're gonna run the test. Hopefully this will work for us and I can look at them directly here. Okay, give me a little bit of a number here. Okay, so I'm just like adding these ifs in here, just like completely broke this. I'm glad I have these tests. Let's look at this one here. Less than CT, our range. Results dot less than should be 8110, but was null. And why is that? Partition. That means we got start is less than mapping end. Am I off by 1 again? Oh, this one's breaking something. Let's try that. That test there. Okay. I have an off by 1 range dot start. My start. Oh, hang on. I think I have these backwards. Source start. My start is greater than or equal to this, and my range end is less than or equal to mapping end. I had those flipped. So my start, if it's saying I have there, and my range end and my mapping end. All right. Let's try that. All right. Okay. I'm glad I had those tests to save me from myself. This is why I wrote tests. It worked out. I missed Paradise Mania. Paradise Mania, thank you so much for the follow. Paradise Mania, making me go so crazy. We've got Paradise following me. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I was distracted here trying to write a unit test. Let's rerun all of these just to get the lines to go away. Okay. Make sure that I might have had to hit refresh. There we go. All right, a test pass. I'm happy about that. It's all just greater than, it's all just less than. We want one where it's just in the middle. CT only. So this one we could do 92 size 3, 92, 93, 94. It'll end up just inside. These ones should be this test just CT. And the last one I want to test if it's just exactly overlapping. CT. We want the last one here to say test CT exact. So this one should start at 91, have a length of 5. Make sure that does as well. Okay, this one's so tricky. The off by 1 possibilities are rough. So this one's, I don't like this partition code. It's not the great. Time for a bean water break. I think we might go get ourselves a little bit more water. Thanks, G. I appreciate it. Let me take some chug some regular water. We did take a break like 70 minutes ago, so I think I'm gonna go another 20 minutes, at least thinking about this, so I can partition these. There's an actual transform now. So public number range transform. That's going to take in a number range contained. So we're gonna assume when I call transform, this is contained. So I'm gonna assume, and I assume contained can be transformed, and we're only going to pass in partitions that are contained in here. This partition actually finds the contained value, things on the left, things on the right. I don't think it's actually that complicated. It's the partitions, not actually that crazy. When you draw it out, it's a little bit easier to see. But the transform here, we're gonna transform the first number, and then the length stays the same. So this one's pretty easy in that it just becomes a new number range of our transform of the contained dot start, and then it should have the same length. So we assume it can be transformed. And since we're pretty sure our transform works, we can just say transform the start number. We know all of these are contained inside of this range. Just do it. Just do it. So we can transform it this way. So we get a new number range. And so I think we have almost all the tools to do it. HT Kage, how's it going, my friend? Welcome back to the stream. What have you been up to? What have you been working on? How's your game coming along? HT Kage, do you got a link to, do you have a Steam wish list yet? Feel free to post a link in the chat if you have one. Yeah. So our transform there. And so now our set here, we'll do a transform. I'm not quite sure what the return type of this, I'm not 100% sure. Just been busy forming the business. Gotcha. Transform here. This needs to take in a number range. And essentially, we're gonna need like a transform result here. The idea being the following. Let me just do a void here for now. Or I'll do an object here for now so we can return null and we can think about this type. We want to do the following where we say partition result. We're gonna get several partition results. We want to do it for all of our mappings. All of our mappings here. So for each data mapping map in maps, we go through all of our data maps. We have a range come in, and we like keep filling. That range keeps getting smaller. That range keeps getting smaller as we go through. Well, what is with null exclamation? Oh, it just makes that warning go away. The other option would be to make this object question mark. Good question, Unity Coder. It's saying that, hey, you didn't say that object could be null. I could do object question mark. That says it's an object, but it could also be null. Object or null, one of those two things. We want to go through, and we start with this number range. And we have all our, what do we call it? Seed ranges here. Seed ranges. We need to perform the transform like top down on one of these. So let's imagine for each map range, we're gonna end up with like some leftovers at the end. But we can do map.partition on our range. Map partition is going to be our partition result like this. And we kind of could almost do range equals result dot contains. Okay. Range equals result contains. And this will filter all the things in the middle here. Let me draw a picture so we can see it a little bit better. This isn't the code that I'm gonna use, but let's open up our .chem here. So let me draw out sort of what this looks like here. So each of our data mappings, data maps. All right, so these are the transformations in here. And, you know, we have these ranges that look kind of like this. Oh, this might actually work. We have these range. The ranges don't all overlap actually. Data maps is a single set. Is that correct? Hang on, I think I just forgot. We have a list of data mappings. Yeah. So a data mapping. All right. So this might just be okay. So I might actually be able to do this. We have, the first one here is, we'll call this seed to, what did they call it in the input? Seed to soil. And it has a bunch of different ranges that look like this. It's like here to here. It might have here to here and here to here. And so there's these blank voids here that don't have translations. These are blank voids that don't have translations. Okay. And we end up, so we have this range here, we have a range here, we have a range here, we have a void here, here, like that, and here. And we have our seed input here. So our seeds, we have a bunch of different seed ranges. So we have a seed range here, we have a seed range here. I'm assuming they don't overlap here. And what we need to do is these sort of push down in here, and it's gonna get chopped by this one. And so we end up with a transformation of these get transformed. This one's gonna chop down here, these get transformed. There's like a function that needs to be applied to these ones. This one falls down here, gets chopped up here. And then you have these chunks that pass through. So our transformation, there's no chunk here. There's just a void here. There's nothing here, but this chunk passes through. All right, so they sort of pass through into these new chunks. So this is gonna be our next set. As you're coming down, if you hit this, you actually have a transformation applied, and then you get transformed here. Otherwise, you get chopped and passed through. This one gets transformed here. This chunk passes through. There's no transformation. This chunk here hits this one, comes down. This one gets transformed, so there's a transform. These ones stay the same. I'm imagining there's going to be some overlap, but it's really, I don't think it's crazy complex, the idea. I think my implementation might be a little bit, could be refactored greatly, I believe. All right. So I'm glad I redrew this, because for my mind, now it helps here of, we're going to have a list of number ranges, did not transform. And we start out with these being our seed. Let me make a copy here. Can I do this? Just let me do a copy of seed ranges. Let's do seed ranges. .toList. This will make a copy. Oh, can I not do that? Number range? Can I use local variable or local function declared in top level statement? Seed range. Why can't I use this here? Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Did not transform. Yeah, we're just doing it on a single number range. That's right, a single number range? Yeah, when we do a single number range, we do a did not transform here. And we need to add the things that aren't null in there. I'm going to do it for each of the data mappings. So the centerpiece ends up all, yeah. So for given a number range, we want to transform it the things that weren't able to be transformed become the left and right side. Those need to be retransformed. All right. So we're gonna have a list of number range of things that we have not transformed yet. We start with just range. Range. So we have not transformed this yet. And then we have a list of number range here. These are our transformed. And we're going to add, the contains here gets added in. So we'll do transformed.add. And if this is not null, okay. If result.contains is not null, we can transform it. So then we do map.transform result.contains. And then we add that to our transform, transformed.add. So we transform it, we add that in, and we remove it. This can be a queue. And in here, we sort of say, why can't I do a range here? A new, just enqueue it. Did not transform.enqueue range. We start by dequeuing, rather than doing it here. I'm gonna say, well, hang on. To transform, if it's a list, range. For our data maps, for each thing we need to transform. Have a great nap, G. Hope it goes well. Number range, range. I'm gonna call this to transform. To transform. Ranges to trans. Queued. Let's go with queued. For the number range in queued. These are ones that we have not transformed yet. In queued. We need to go through each one of these ranges and map it all the way down. If we have the partition, so we partition, if we had something in it that got transformed, we save that. If dot less than is not null, this is where the queue part was making sense. We need to add that back into our queue. I'm on part 2. Blazer, Mr. Magoo. Welcome back, Blazer, Mr. Magoo. Mr. Magoo, we're on part 2. I think I have a strategy that work. I just have to, my logic here, I'm trying to code it out, and I'm getting myself a little confused. I've been going for a little while here. So we might need to take a quick break, get a little bit more tea. I have another hour that I can work before I have to go to work. This one's not, I don't think it's too bad. It's just tricky. There's like a bunch of tricky bits. I have a good strategy for part 2. If you don't want spoilers, let me know. But we're working on part 2 right now, and I think I have a winning strategy for it. I just actually have to do it. I actually think we do it this way. This loop we need to do the mapping first, and inside we go through each one of these. And I want to iterate over all of these. Okay, so I think the queue thing works well. We need to make a new queued things. I would leave if I was worried about scores. Gotcha, Mr. Magoo. Yeah, so I have a strategy for grouping things together. We have a data mapping. We have a number range. We're building out these number ranges from start to length. And the hardest part here was writing this, not maybe not hardest, but the most critical point, I think, is this partition of these number ranges where we end up with chunks that can be transformed and chunks that can't be transformed. And the chunks that can't be transformed by a specific mapping, you have to try them in the other ones. You have to try them in the other ones. They sort of be like split up. And then I'm thinking we might have to write a merge to bring them back together, but I'm hoping that I don't have to merge them back together. I think in that sense, I'll brute force it with those, and we take the smallest start of all of those. I don't know if that made any sense. In my brain, you know, I'm a rambler right now. This is our queued. We go through not transformed. We're gonna rename this instead of queued, not transformed. These are our numbers that have not been transformed. So we go through every one of these, we partition it. The ones that were contained, we transformed. If they weren't contained, we need to pass them to the next map. We need to pass them to the next map. And so I'm gonna create a new list here, new list number range skipped, and it starts empty. And here, if it is not null, skipped dot add result dot less than. And similarly, we say if result dot greater than is not null, skipped dot add result dot greater than. So we're gonna add the skipped dot add. We're gonna add this to the these are things that are less than, we skip them. These are things that are greater than, we skip them, we add them in here. And then at the end, after we've gone through every number in our not transformed, our not transformed becomes our skipped. Not transformed equals skipped. This is where like the queue thing, I wanted to add things at the end. So we go through, we do all the things we haven't transformed, and then we go to the next data mapping with the things that are not transformed. So we skipped these, they become the things that we haven't transformed yet. And then at the end, anything left in not transformed just is a direct translation. So we add all these things to the end. They transform directly to the next one. So we do transformed dot add range, not transformed. And then we return transformed. Okay, transformed. So this actually becomes a list of number range here. So when we transform a number range, we get a list of all the transformations there. So I think this one we got, this one looks crazy. I think this one looks a little crazy. If I put the ifs on a single line, maybe it looks less scary. Put them on a single line to be like, yeah, look, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. If I do a format there, yeah, there we go. All right, so these are the ones we skip. I'm gonna write a test for this transform as well because this one's, again, this is complex enough that I want to make sure before I try and use it, we're okay. So we're gonna write a test for data mapping set transform. All right, so let's add in a new test here. New test, data mapping set tests here. We're gonna copy the first one out of this. Copy the beginning of this down like that, just to have this format in there. Data mapping set test. And I don't know what data we're going to use just yet, but let's look at this sample input here. I think we could do it on just this one. I already have that in here. Okay, test transform, and our number range. All right, so our number range, it's interesting. Our number range is taking the single one to transform. Yeah, our number range, test transform, number range is new, number range 7914. And our data mapping set, I need to make this public so I can access it. Oh boy, it's getting spicy in here. And I have our list of data maps, our data mapping set. So data mapping set sets, new data mapping set. I guess I could call it set. Our label here is seed to soil. That's extraneous. I don't actually need that. And then the actual list here is going to be a new list of data mappings. Let me indent this. And then our lists inside are new data mapping 5098-2 and 525048. And we have two number range: test, transform, seed to soil. And so if we do set.transform on our range, 79 to 14. 79, there's some of these that should come through. And if we look at our problem description here, look at our problem description here. Seed 79, soil 81, fertilizer 81. The gardener, hang on. Let me see if I can write this test here. 79 soil number 81. Okay. So we can look up the soil. Seed number 14. Seed number 79 corresponds to soil number 81. Because... All right. What do I get back here? So this is transform. This gives us back a list of number range here, ranges. And our transformation, so 79 here, it's 7914. So 79. So this should be, make my brain work. 79. We start at 79. We have 14 entries. So 79 plus 14 goes to 93. Is it 93 or 92 that's actually in there? This is where my brain has so much trouble. We have 13 things: 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. So 79 to 89 is 10. 10. 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. 14. Yeah, so it should be 14. No, it has 14. The length. What is the start and end of this? Oh man, I don't know why my brain. I'm getting tired. If I was 80, length minus, is this length 13 or 14? Oh, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. So the question is, how did I come up with 93 here? I'm getting tired. How did I come up with 93 here? What is 93? Let's read the description here. Seed 79. Day 2, part 2. Go to part 2. Part 2. Oh, okay. I skipped. I was in the wrong. They number before 94. All right, hang on. 79 goes to 92. It should go to 92. It contains 14, so it should go to 92. Okay. So my brain is having trouble. Contains 14 things, so it should go to 92. Okay. Yeah, my brain is getting a little bit tired. And then we have this range here. It's definitely not in this first one. It's definitely not in this first one, but it's in the second one, 52 to 50. 50, and then this goes up 48. Which means it contains, they tell us here it contains 50, and that's seed number 99. 50 contains 48. With this information, you know that seed 98 corresponds to number 50, and that seed 99 corresponds to soil number 51. 98. All right. So this whole thing should be contained inside of there. This whole thing should be contained inside of there. So we should have a range of 1. I expect to write lunar landing software as the last exercise. Ranges.should.length. Ranges.count.should be 1. We should have 1 thing in there. Ben, thank you so much for being here. I love you, my friend. I love that you're here. I love having you here. It's just a wonderful morning anytime I can wake up and code with you guys. So this test isn't that great. Let's make this a fact real quick. I need a better test. Let's make sure it should be 1. Yeah, it should be 1 because everything in this range fits inside. So it just follows through. There's no left, there's no right. I need to kind of construct a better test than this. I need to construct a better test. What's interesting, for every number here, I need a better test. I need a test. Let's construct a test. Let's construct a test. Let's do one that's like 0 to, or we'll do 1 to 100. So we have a length, length 100. And then we'll create the first data map we go through. Should be 10. Sorry, we'll do 11 to 20. This one has a length of 10. All right. And then we should get some stuff back here. But let's also do another one just to make sure we hit multiple sets here. Well, another one that's 31 to 40. Okay. So at the end, this thing gets chopped up. Things gets chopped up. The ones that transform directly are 1 through 10. 1 through 10. All right. These ones get transformed 11 to 20. Gets an actual transform applied. Right here, 21 to 30 should be a range we have. Let me move this over a little bit more. We should get this 31 to 40 transformation. And then this one should be 41 to 100. All right, so we drew it out here. This is the test I'm gonna construct. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate you. You make me blush, my friend. You make me blush. All right, so we're gonna test this one out here. This one's not all right. I like this. Test transform mini. Okay. And so our number range is gonna be 1. It's gonna have 100 things in it. Then our mapping set, the name doesn't actually transform. We just ignore this, transform. And our mapping is gonna be start at 11. Sorry, this number is kind of important. We start at 11 and we have 10. Let's do another one here where our mapping a range is 70, so we can test this out. We're starting at 31 and we're going for 10. Okay. 31 and going for 10. Let's make this one go to 20. Make this one go to 20, so it's 50 here, just to test out 2 different sizes. At the end of the day, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We should have 5 ranges that we build at the end. Okay. And then the order, and then we need to just check out ranges dot should contain a new number range. This number range should start at 1 and go and have 10. So 1 to 10. 21 to 30 is an easy one. 21 to 30. So this is 1 to 10. This is 21 to 30. 51 to 100 should be 50. 51 to 100. And we need to keep in mind that these ones here got transformed. These ones here got transformed. And so the start index is 50. So 11 becomes 50. And so 50 to 59 is what this translates to. This one here, 31 is 70 to 89, I believe. So 50 to 59, 31 translates to 70. And then we have 20 values in there. If I want to make it easier, I could do this. I'll do this. So it goes from 51 to 60. And this one goes from 71 to 90. That way my brain can handle it a little bit more. So we have these data mappings here. And we'll make sure, so we have 5 at the end. All right, so now this one, ranges.should contain new number range. And this is where some of the stuff could overlap in a way where I think a merge, this should be 5110. So this is 51 to 60. And then, see, notice, check this out. These 2 number ranges actually do overlap here at the end of the day. And so there's some stuff I could do to merge these number ranges together, but I'm hoping that the data set here will be small enough. Uncle Scientist, how do we do today? Welcome back to the stream. Shout out to Uncle Scientist, incredible streamer, doing advent code. I saw you start streaming a little bit earlier. We're still working on part 2. I think we have a winning strategy here. And now this one is 71 and has 20 in it. And so this should be 71 to 90. We're writing some unit tests just to, the code is complex enough in my mind that I'm trying to make sure I have some reasonable test here to understand the transformation I'm applying to it. It's kind of cold in Oslo. It's pretty warm where I am. It's not too warm actually. But where I am, the weather's been nice. Okay, we do have a bug or something. Let's take a look. Was 7? Why was it 7? That is interesting. I still have myself part 2 to my satisfaction. I got a brute force by throwing lots of CPU at gotcha. I think I have a winning solution for mine. Yeah, so I think given a bunch of numbers, so I think I'm just not gonna to merge mine together here. Temperature here. Yeah, it is 48 to F to C. It is 48. No, it's not too bad. 48 F here / 9 Celsius. This is the temperature for me right now. What did I feel? Why does it have 7? 7 is not what I was expecting here. What are the 7? This is really surprising to me. Ooh, your brute force does in 1.1 seconds. That's impressive. That's impressive. I get. Why am I getting? This one is interesting to me. That I'm getting 7 back. Let's add a breakpoint here. can I debug this test? What are the 7 that I have back? This one's interesting to me. All right, let's look at our locals. 7. That's a beautiful name for a boy or girl. It's true. It's true. Thanks, George. Thanks, George. I didn't day 5 to already push us so much. I didn't expect. I remember. I feel like last year they were maybe easier. I'm not sure. Ranges. Okay, so let's look at the ranges we have, just to see what's going on here. We have some duplicates. We have some duplicates here. This is interesting. 51, 10, 1 to 30. There's some interesting things going on in here. Let's take a look. Okay. That's interesting. That's anything. All right. Let's think this through. Let me stop this debug. Disconnect. Hang on. I have done something weird here. Oh, no. 11 here is right. 31 here is right. This is our source start. Let's look at my code real quick. When we do this first, so let's do this. When we do the first data mapping, we should end up with 1 to 10. This one should become 50 to 60. And then we should have 21. 21 to 100. This should be my first one. I'm going to rewrite this test here just to get that. Ahmed Goda. Ahmed Goda. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm gonna do I'm gonna test just this part here. I'm gonna write a test that just does this part. It'll help me do I'm gonna duplicate this here. Just to test a little bit out. We'll still this. Make it fat. Test transform 1 mapping. Okay, so we should end up with 3 here. There's 1 mapping, so we should end up with a left, a middle, and a right. And the ranges should be 1 to 10, 51 to 60, and 21 to 100. And I suspect this will fail. Let's refresh our test here. Test transform 1 mapping. Please work. There we go. Test transform 1 mapping. Okay, we fail. And we fail here. It came 21 to 70. 31. This should be 31 to 70. We did 1 to 10, 11 to 20. This should be 31 here. All right, let's run this. What is that doing? 2170. I had the number wrong. So we have 1 to 10, 10 to 20 here. Blazer, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Magoo. I got that one wrong. We still are failing. Number range 51. I'm doing something weird here with our destination. 5110 is in there. 1 to 10. Why is it 2180? Oh, you're totally right. 2180 is correct. You're totally right. Mr. Magoo points add Mr. Magoo, 50 points. Thank you so much for helping me out there. You are correct. Now so it works for one. The second pass where things get broken. All right. So I must be doing something wrong. And I imagine if I did the second, if I did just the right side, we'd be okay as well. It's the combination of them together. Yeah, and so this hits. All right, so this is a transform. This is a mapping. This is a mapping. And so this is after we do one. Okay, so let's check it out. Let's look at the code here real quick. I must be doing something wrong. Maybe I should do a step through. Let's step through it. Let's step through it. That's the better way to do it. Let's add a breakpoint here and we'll step in. Test. Debug test. We're gonna step into this and take a look at what's going on internally. We're close. We're close. We're gonna step into. Step over. So we have our 2 transform get set there. We have nothing in our transformed list yet. Okay. We're coming into our first map. Coming into our first map here. Our first map. There should be 2 here. Our first map. Starting at 11. Okay, so this is the one we'd expect to happen. And I believe this one transforms properly. So we get our partition back. We only had one thing to partition. So our results, let's make sure our number left, right. All right, so we have the contains 11 to 10, perfect. 21 to 80, 1 to 10 here. This is the one that's gonna get transformed. Oh. Let's make our. This could be a hash set. I think what's happening is we're. Yeah, I think so. We end up adding this to our skipped. All right, these get added to our skipped. There's nothing left in here. And are not transformed becomes a skip. So now on the second time through, this is what's happening. The second time through, I think we end up calling this multiple times. So we have are not transformed yet are our 2 partitions, the 1 to 10 and the 21 to 80. Our 1 to 10 and our 21 to 80. And I think. All right, so we're gonna come in here. This is gonna be our 21 to 80. Popcorn! Welcome back to the stream. How you doing, buddy? It's a long time no see. I'm glad you're with us, Popcorn. I'm glad you're with us. How have you been? What have you been up to? All right, so this one, let's look at our results here. Our results contains 31. Hang on. Our partition. The contains looks wrong to me. Hang on. Our range, we're doing start 1, length 10. And our map is start 31. There should be nothing contained. There should be no contains. Our contains is broken. Been working again. The internet has felt empty. Good to have you back. I'm glad to be back. Okay, so let's turn this into a test here. Let's turn this into a test. I'm gonna take a quick screenshot of our data map here. Oh, can I copy this? Copy value. All right, so there's my partition I think is broken. I think I have a bug in my partition. Let's go to my data mapping test. We're gonna add in a fact here. Fact public void test mapping. Here, this is the data map here. Our range, let's copy this value. Let's make sure that our outputs are correct. So we have a data mapping that starts like this. This one start length. The partition should be destination source start is 31. There should be nothing. There should be no overlap here. So our partition result. This is very incorrect. We should have a less than, a null, and a null. These should be null. So there's a bug in my contains here. Elite Stomper, welcome back to the stream. What have you been up to, my friend? Yeah, so can I take copy as expression? Copy as expression. I don't know if that, yeah, range there. Okay, so I'm gonna build this up. I have a bug here. So let's do this. Data mapping. Mapping is new data mapping 71 31 20, and then we want our partition result. Let's do a number range. Range is equal to number range 1 and 10. Mapping dot partition on this range. Partition result. We have a bug here. So our result dot less than dot should be mapping. Sorry, not mapping. Should be range. So it shouldn't change. Result dot contains dot should be null. And results dot greater than should be null. So this test, I think, is going to fail because when we did this in our code, .NET, let's refresh our test here. And let's run our data mapping test. This is going to fail, I think. If this doesn't fail, my mind will be slightly blown here. Let's run these tests. That is crazy. Why is this partition working in this test but not over there? Elite Stomper says left Unity behind, starting Unreal Engine 5. Nice. And so I have been doing that. Also, my sleeping hours changed and makes it tough to join you guys. No worries, my friend. I know my hours are kind of strange. Yeah, I expected this to fail. I have mixed feelings on Unity. It's the tool I know. And so for now, and I'm also teaching a class on it. Test mapping. Are you testing all the edge cases? Well, so Smab, when I debug this transformation, when I debug this one, when I run this, I get back a different result. Let's go back here. Let's debug this test again. I'm running into an issue where when I have the input there, it's giving me something back during my run. You're on the West Coast. I'm also on the West Coast. I know. I'm just a crazy person. Let's step in. Let me make sure this is true. I want to have another break here. Continue. Okay. So my not transformed number range start 1 length 10. Start 1 length 10. So I'm doing the number range length start 1 length 10 and my map 71 31, 20. 71, 31, 20. Is this correct? 71, 31, 20. This is wild. Okay. So when I do this partition, step over, the result partition is coming out different. Range. Okay, it was coming out different because I just kept doing the transform that was coming in. Okay, and that's why we stepped through. All right, wrote a test, tried to verify, the test passed. All right, let's see if our test passed now. All right. Debugger for the win, everybody. Our debugger helped us here. I'm glad I'm writing tests. Come on. No whammies. Okay. All right. I'm feeling pretty good about this transformation. Here. That it's going to go through and pop this. I am going to ignore the merge. I'm going to ignore the merge and see if we can get away without merging it together. So when I say ignoring the merge, notice that this range here, 51 to 60, could be merged into these two. These have overlap. So I could do something to where I say, okay, now produce the smallest ranges. I'm going to ignore that. So this is the part where I say I'm like semi-brute force. And hopefully this doesn't explode into something crazy. All right, so I have my transform here. I can transform a number range into new ones. Now, do I have everything I need to do it? I don't think I'm quite there yet, but let's take a look. Part 2. And we have our seed numbering list of number range seed ranges. At the end of the day, we need to do a transformation one step at a time. We're gonna do for each number range. I'm not sure my show will work with all possible students. I had some partitions left to create, but I got the answer. I assumed arranged the data that way. Gotcha. In seed ranges. So we're gonna go through every one of these. And then we want to go to for each data mapping set in data mapping sets. So the first time through, set dot transform range. The first time, so this is going to say, what I need to do is take care, Lord Extent. We're super close. The first time we hit this, we're on our seed to soil. Then we go from soil. So seed ranges here. I'm going to create a new list here called list number ranges. And this is just going to start out being seed ranges dot to list. We'll make a copy here. Ranges. And the idea is we build up. We got to build up the next set of ranges here. It's almost like ranges is equal to set.transform. Is this true? No. Because this is a single set. We need to go through all of them. Set.transform. I'm getting tired. So like my thought process here, this one's complex. Holding it all together in my head is hard. This here is a single set. Okay, but a single set, hang on, a single set is this whole thing. So ranges is equal to, and it's gonna give me back a new list of ranges. All right, so I think if I do this, ranges, like this. So I go through every range in my ranges. I transform it, get my new ranges. When I get to the end here, ranges has been transformed so that now I have ranges of all the locations, and I just need the smallest start value. I need the smallest start value from this one. So I'm gonna do ranges dot select range dot start, and then take the minimum. I think we can pull it out this way. Long minimum. Oh boy! Moment of truth. Part 2. Minimum. Alright. So all of that work to make this last little chunk easy. It works for at least one other person's data, so I'm happy. Let's try out part 2, everybody. Woo! Did we do it? We don't know yet. I have my first attempt here. 55? Is that the correct sample output? The lowest location is 46. Oh, that's humiliating. That's humiliating. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely need to take a break. I have work in 45 minutes. I'm so sad that I haven't finished it. Trying to think if I step through this, I don't have, let me look at the sample input. Do they tell us? In this example, the corresponding types are, find the lowest location that corresponds to any of the initial seeds. 79, 81, 81, 81, 74, 78, 78. You forgot to subtract 9, the farmer's tip, yeah. Location 82. I'm wondering if I can print out something here as we go. In the ranges. So for each range, hang on. I'm modifying ranges here. Hang on. I'm doing something weird here. I can't modify ranges here. Okay. It's sort of at the end, it's like, what is the next ranges? Before I can't do that. I can't modify ranges here. Hang on. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. My brain needs to cool down. We've been going way too long. We're gonna take a short 5-minute break. I'm gonna be back. I think I see a clear logical issue here. There's a clear logical issue with what I'm going on with changing ranges here. I can't change ranges while we're iterating over ranges. That's not gonna work. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get myself a little bit of water, maybe a little bit of tea. We'll be back and then we're gonna finish this up. So hang tight, everybody. I shall return. Installation. Let's play. Game over. All right, everybody, we are back. Sorry about that. I just need to take a quick breather. Got myself a little bit more tea here. It's steeping. It's not quite ready yet. Got myself some water. Over on YouTube, Punjabi Drami Baz. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you here. We're working on Advent Code Day 5. We're very close to finishing here. I just need to figure out this last little step with our ranges. And I'm wondering, do I actually want to do this other way around first? I think I might have these loops reversed. So we have this thing here. It's sort of our new list of number range, next ranges here. Just gotta figure out Smab. About 36 years ago, I was born. And it's all downhill from there. No, that's weird. I'm just kidding. I have this inverted, I think. So we want to do every data mapping set needs to do every number here. And then next ranges dot add add range here. I think I was just doing this wrong. So for every set, we're going to transform. For every set, we take all of our numbers and transform it, and those become the things that we need to do in our next. When we're done with all of those, ranges becomes next ranges. So I think I just had this inverted. So we want to do all of the. So what I was doing before was I'm surprised it didn't yell at me saying you changed your data in the middle of a loop, but I guess I wasn't modifying. I was just changing the variable. It was really a bad input here. So sort of what was happening is I had this on the outside and it said transform this through all of these things. Then transform this one through all of those. Transform this one through all of those. And then it was like, at the end of that, it saved it there. So I did something really bad there. And so that's where I think I got the 56 from, because it mapped like 55 to 56 or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but essentially the lowest destination range was just 56. That was kind of a clue to me of like, hey, something went wrong at the very end. Or I think that felt like a clue. Nate's, thank you for checking those specs. Not too beefy of a machine, but a lot of RAM. Not a slow machine. Not super new machine. Good enough for Advent of Code for sure. Lo-Fi Crap, thank you for the cheese. Is it a cheeseburger there? I appreciate it. Let's test it here. Come on, 46. 46. 0. All right, so I'm still wrong. Let's a chess burger. Yeah, so when you're playing chess. This is so disappointing. Here. Lo-Fi Craft, you can. I'm trying to finish this up. Posting it on the Discord is probably the best place to do it. If you want to hop on the Discord and share it there, I'm more likely to see it out. Topologist, you'd be surprised. Video editing was taking up a crazy amount of RAM. Yeah. There was something doing video editing with Unity open at two instances of Unity open at the same time, and doing video editing was using a lot. It definitely wasn't 128, but I had 16, and I was like, I'm just gonna go for it and upgrade to the max. And I think I was using, it's like 48 gigabytes of RAM is how much I was using, doing those two, streaming plus 2 instances of Unity plus video editing software all open at the same time. That's 48 gig of chads. That's right. This is really disappointing. And the reason I'm like, I gotta debug this, and the reason that it's so annoying to debug happens to be getting this data loaded in properly. Hang on, let's do string get data, and the get data is just going to be args0, return args0, get data. Okay. I want to be able to do my sample input really easily. Let's do string sample input is equal to and then we'll indent this all up. 1. Okay, so our sample input, we'll do a trim. So I should be able to swap this out. We're gonna return sample input so I can go through and parse through it. You didn't, well, after watching these struggle, I'm more happy that I just cut corners with the slow brute force. Feels okay, man. That's true. If I just done brute force and let it running while I worked on this, I probably would have gotten the solution by now, right? Thank you for putting on Discord Lo-Fi Craft. You gotta try and remind me when I'm not working on a puzzle to look at it. I'll, if you want me to look at it on stream, that is. I will probably take a look at it off stream today. But still, I want this solution to work. I still want this solution to work. So we get our data here, get our sample data. Let me make sure part 1 still gives us the correct output here. It doesn't. What? Oh my god. If I do this. Okay, it really doesn't like my sample input. Why doesn't it like the sample input? It's in Roblox, gotcha. Gotcha. File access? What is it talking about with file? All right, I see. This needs to be wrapped here. It makes more sense. I'm tired, folks. I am tired. This is the state of being I'm in. Sample input, trim. All right, let's. Sample input. Do I need to put an at? Sample input. Try doing something here. Sample input. Ugh. What is going on? I'm gonna lose my mind, folks. I'm gonna lose my mind. I think I might have to call it here for today, guys. My brain is so tired right now. I don't understand why I can't part. I don't understand. I just want to be able to run the debugger. The input string seed to soil is not in the correct format. It's like this split. What is this? Console.WriteLine. Data of 0. Return. It's not doing a split. The new lines in it are, it's not reading these as new lines. It must have done some Windows formatting garbage here. Line ends. LF. How do I change new line? New line. These new lines are incorrect. It's like has the wrong type of new lines here. People can't handle JSON. Launch profile. Are you saying VS or VS Code? I should. I'm too tired to learn anything, Smab. I'm too old. No, I'm just kidding. Use launch profile. Displaying CRLF in the bottom. There it is. Oh. I don't know why it changed. Okay, that's the problem. Oh my god. There we go. That's all I wanted. Thank you, Mr. Magoo. Points. Add Blazer, Mr. Magoo. 500 points. I needed that. Ugh. My brain is too tired. I've been up for 6 hours. Okay, so now I should be able to actually debug. Simply. Smab, I gotta do the launch profile. Everyone should be incredibly disappointed in me right now. Okay. I just want to debug this. So I can see where did it all go wrong. Close others. Debug, run the debug. C# implementation. All right, I might zoom out my code here so I can see it a little bit better. Seed ranges. I think we verified that seed ranges has 2. Okay. The way I do it is to deduct from my test project. Oh. That'd be pretty straightforward actually. Well, I was debugging from the test project, but I need to have it have a correct value, the like sample input going. Oh, you have a unit test for the whole sample data. That makes sense. Shady says, are we learning C#? I've been using C# for a while now. All right. So our data mapping sets, there are 7 of them. And so the set we start with is seed to soil. Seed to soil. All right. And we come through here. And we should get next ranges has 1. 48 starts at 81. And this one, let me make sure this makes sense, because our 79 goes to 81. The length of 48 is correct, I think. Length of 48 is correct. Let me look at the input here. Sample input. 7914. The length is wrong. So the length is wrong. Drained my life force. Oh, gotcha. I'm tired, Shiny. I'm dying over here. Not really, but I'm just sleepy. 7914. The length is wrong. So I got the wrong length for sure. Let's make sure. Okay, so let's look at this. Set. There's a 48 on the data mapping length. Yeah. So there's something going wrong there. So I'm going to write a test. I'm going to write a test for this. So we have the range, just to make sure my brain is doing this stuff right. This is our range. Let's write a test here. So this is part of the transform. Let's create a test. Backed. Public void tests soil bug. Need a better name for this, but our number range is here. And our set, where'd my debug go? Our set is this thing. All right, our set contains these. And our result, the result we have coming out is incorrect. So let's try building this thing and writing a test for it. Let me double check my calendar. I have a meeting in 25 minutes, sadly. So there's a bug here. So let's go data mapping, map. The new data mapping set, seed to soil. And then we'll do a new list, and I'll do it this way just because my brain wants to do it this way. List, data mappings, and then we will put list of data mapping. Why is it upset about that? Oh, is it this? Data mapping set. There we go. And then we're going to do a new data, new data mapping. 5098.2 and 5250.48. And what is our expected result here? Our number range, range is new 79 to 14. 79 to 14, typo there. And the thing we're testing is mapping dot transform range. Is this what we're, yeah, transform range. So we get a list of number ranges, back ranges. We should have one. We should have one. Ranges dot count should be 1. Because we had this range come in, it all fits into this one. Should all fit into there. And then the next part, ranges dot should contain new number range, specifically the transformation of 79 to 84? Is 84 the correct translation? Let's look at what the input says. 81. 81. Did the math wrong in my head. 81.14. This is what we should get. And so I'm guessing this passes. I'm gonna be confused. The whole thing should be contained in there. Let's run this. .NET test. Could run it in my. Funny how much I default to the terminal. Okay, so we fail. This is good. We fail. Was this? All right, so I have identified at least one bug in my transform. At least one bug in my transform here. And really this means, I think this means that our bug is our contains here is coming back incorrect. I believe our contains here is coming back incorrect. So it means we have a bug in our map, in our single map transform. All right, so we'll write a test for that real quick. All right, so there wasn't, I didn't actually have to write this test here. The test could have been written here, but we'll add one here as well. My test names are horrific, by the way. I'm sorry about that. Test soil bug. Our mapping is this one, test data mapping. Our transform, well, we'll double check. Maybe our transform works here and something crazy is wrong. Mapping. And this should give us back partition is what we want. This will be our partition result. And result dot less than dot should be null. Result dot contains dot should be this. And result dot greater than dot should be null. Okay. So we should have 2 failed tests, the second one being this. Okay, good, good. So just to verify, yeah, still 48. Less than should be null, but was, hang on. Hang on. Let's run you. I think it opened up as debug if I click that. All right. Result dot less than should be null, but was. Okay, so we have, it's worse. Oh. All right, hang on. But was. Okay. Did I do something wrong here? I did something wrong here. This should be 50. Hang on. Oh, I copied the wrong one. There we go. This is where tired brain will get you. Get into trouble here. Let's run this test. Okay, there we go. There we go. It should be 7914. Oh, interesting. Why? This is correct. Should be 7914. The transform. My transform is broken. Partition. Length contained. Dot length. There it is. There's that bug. I was copying the original length of that. Okay. Let's rerun all of our tests. I wrote too much code in the code. I wrote so much code that there's more room for bugs. All right, my test pass. All right, let's try again. In our implementation folder, .NET run sample input. 46. This is a good sign. This is a good sign. I need to change this. Make sure this still works. All right. Woo. Oh. Sorry for that groan. I hope you guys don't mind. I am a little nervous. There we go. Oh, just in the nick of time, too. Folks, we done did it. Oh, thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for the stars, Smav. I appreciate it. Dev Donut, welcome back to the stream, my friend. How the heck have you been? Whew. Whew. You know where your code is. Yeah, I don't have time to check it today, Smab. We'll take a look at it tomorrow. I have a meeting in 15 minutes, so I do have to get off here. I really like the ASCII art that's coming together. These are the islands that we've been traveling to. I knew I was close. Dev Donuts, thank you for being here, folks. If you guys don't know Dev Donut, incredible game developer. Be sure to check out the Dev Donut, folks. Fun, friendly, great community. Has some great streaming games. I got to get out of here, though. I will be back tomorrow. Day 6. Day 6, we're coming for you. So, folks, stay tuned. I shall return then. We're going to find someone to raid out to here. We're going to see if we can find someone who's doing advent of code. I know it's kind of getting late in the day in the US, so things are calming down. Advent. Let's look for advent. Speedrunning advent of code day 4 and 5. Primogen doesn't need me to raid him. Nikolov Lazar is doing it in Go. Advent of Go. That's funny. MT Tricks. We did MT Tricks the other day. Wolby. Don't go there. It's true. It's true. C and C++, Real Void Boy. All right, folks. Does anyone want to vote on these? We have Primogen. Someone doing it in Go. And someone doing it in C/C++. Let's make sure these people are there. Primogen will probably be a fun watch, though. Person doing it in C++. Doesn't seem to be any talking there, so that doesn't seem too fun. He's a big streamer. Primogen is a big streamer. Does fun YouTube content. I've never really hung out in his stream that much. Got a bit personal at the end, so this is Primogen. Primogen's a fun streamer. He's doing it in JavaScript. He's funny. You guys might enjoy it. All right, we'll go raid the Primogen. I've never raided the Primogen. I usually don't, but there doesn't seem to be anyone else really on doing advent of code. So we'll raid the Primogen. All right, folks, I hope you enjoy the Primogen. I had a beautiful morning with you. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm glad we managed to get through it. As always, remember, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. We'll see you guys tomorrow.